Hey guys, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the late show. This is your host, Lord Hellespont V, live with you from Los Angeles. We're back with another show. Let's kick things off right away. We're talking about the aftermath of the Moonswatch release. Bloomberg seems to be pushing this pretty hard. I feel like they are serving as a good advertisement firm, a good marketing firm for the Swatch Group at this point in time. They have published a number of articles that made all sorts of ridiculous claims about what kind of great success that Moonwatch was and how it actually was great for Omega because it made the Speedmaster cool again, as if Speedmaster needed such support. Anyway, now they're saying it is actually the other way around, that it's helped revive Swatch, which it turns out is a much more realistic scenario, of course, because that is the actual brand that made the Moonswatch and that sold those watches and that created all that artificial hype around them. So it would only make sense that they would benefit from it and not necessarily Omega, whose product is more or less downgraded by this whole shtick. But let us go on and read a little bit from the article so we can comment on it. It is written by one Andy Hoffman. When the Swatch was born 4 decades ago, the plastic timepiece breathed new life into the staid Swiss watch industry, which was struggling to compete with cheap quartz models from Asia. So far, so good, right? Of course, Swatch was part of that grand rescue mission for the Swiss watch industry. Except, of course, a lot more had to be done. So it's not just Swatch and the emergence of Swatch Group that saved the industry. The industry had to redefine itself, and they have done that more or less successfully, but without the capital, of course, and without that capital's boost for the rest of the industry as well, I think they would have been in a pretty bad way. So far, so good. By the early 1990s, Swatch sales soared about 20 million a year as consumers snapped up the colorful designs that married Swiss-made precision with an affordable fun factor, right? That's the name of the watch, by the way. It's Swatch came from second watch and not Swiss watch, as some are somehow led to believe. But yes, so it was supposed to be the secondary, the second fun watch that you would wear once every so often. And I think the idea maybe has something to do with the fact that some Swiss brands would land their customers these plastic watches when their watch was in service. Anyway, but I think it was an ingenious idea and a great brand. I have nothing, believe me, I have nothing against Swatch or Swatch Group in any way. I'm wearing my Breguet Type 20 post Swatch 2001. So nothing against Swatch Group at all. I'm just kind of surprised that such a marketing campaign has to be launched on the pages of a business journal for a campaign that's already been blown out of proportion a few times over. So that boost, Swatch's boost, provided the financial cover for the slow motion comeback for struggling high-end manufacturers, Blancpain, Breguet, Omega, and others, building the Swatch Group into a powerhouse that today includes 17 brands and generates annual sales of about 7.5 billion. XR Money says Swatch are criminally criminal, criminal. They, I mean, I don't know if I would call them criminal, but they're a corporation, man. Corporations are not people, so they don't really have the same kind of moral compass that a decent human being should. But that's already very hard to come by in year 2022, and especially in this particular space, in this particularly dark corner of YouTube where we talk about watches. So let's recap. Bezos is welcoming me back. Bezos, thank you so much. It was just a short break. I needed to read a few things, prepare some content, finally finished a couple of writing projects for the channel. So all of it is in the pipeline, and starting tomorrow, there's again, on a regular basis, that 10-minute kind of content is gonna drop too. So thank you for welcoming me back, though. It matters a great deal. Curly Q, welcome back. Hey, both of you, man. Love you guys. Messaging matters. It's nice to be welcomed back. Because there are moments, of course, where you think you would not be missed, right? So it's nice to know that there are at least 3 people, and that's 3 more than 0, who like me enough to appreciate a comeback. So, but don't call it a comeback, as they say. So let's continue. But in recent years, the Swatch brand itself has languished, muscled out of the low end by fitness bands, smartwatches, especially the Apple Watch, now the top-selling timepiece of any sort, and smartphones, which millennials often use instead of wrist wear. This is what we have been talking about in this channel, how that lower end of the watch market, and even the luxury watch market, the affordable entry point to the luxury watch market, has been cannibalized by the Apple Watch. So this to me is, by the way, a much more insightful article than a lot of other things that we have read by Bloomberg, and especially on this particular issue, right, where they were making the argument earlier that this was really good for Omega Speedmaster. There was no argument whatsoever. They did not provide any actual numbers, just some grandiose statements about how it's tripled, quadrupled, 10% more the sales for the Speedmaster, but absolutely no numbers of any kind released, right? But here it is actually making a pretty solid point that you can also substantiate by simply having watched thousands and thousands of people queuing up days and days in front of Swatch boutiques in an excitement that seems to have somehow tapered, but still present today, right? So Moonswatch is a Swatch product. It's not an Omega product, and it's not a Speedmaster. It, like they're saying, it can be a fun watch. It can be an interesting watch to wear. It can be an interesting watch to collect. But don't try to tell me that it is benefiting Omega when they have to loan to their corporate overlords their most iconic model to do whatever. It had lost, Nick Hayek says about his Swatch brand, some relevance for the younger generation, and he is the chief executive officer of Swatch Group AG. Now, though, a high-end offering from the Swatch stable is propping up its budget plastic sibling, the Omega Swatch Moonswatch. Piccolo, so nice to see you, man. And I love that little bird in your avatar. I'm a huge fan of birds. Um, SV Tang 03, he's welcoming me back too. Guys, thank you, man. I'm flattered. I'm flattered. I'm always flattered that more than one person, aka my mom, is watching me on these screens. So thank you so much for all these kind words. Big George says, I was hoping you'd do a show tonight. You always bring a lot to the table. Feel free to jump on anytime you would like. Big George, the link is pinned there, and I'm gonna send it right here again. Broad Arrow says, don't call it a comeback. I'm glad some are getting the reference. Greetings. Nice to see you. And Messaging Matters says, the other channel let a certain Narciso on, and I tuned out. I can't believe any YouTuber would want to feature the assassin of YouTube channels, Toxiso. Yeah, whatever, man. Messaging, your heart is in the right place. But I'm not even interested in commenting on those entangled web of undesirables. It's quite all right. Hayek and his team last year came up with a plan, with an idea to create a model that would draw heavily on the Swatch Group's vertical integration. Great. Guys, I'm sure a lot was left at the desk. Expect a Swatch 50 fathoms next year, maybe. 50, switchy fathoms, maybe something like that for next year. Switchy fathoms by Swatch, which Bloomberg will talk about first in a way of saying that it's brought 50 fathoms from its languished presence. And then 2 weeks later, they will write about how it was really beneficial to the Swatch Group as well, to the Swatch brand as well. But let me stop there actually and do a little bit of a course correction, because I think this kind of project would have been incredible if it were done for 50 fathoms, for example. Right? You should have used Swatch's global presence, their boutiques, their marketing budget, their ability to create a hype and collaborate. You should have used those resources to actually help one of the heritage brands you have in your multi-billion conglomerate, not the other way around. Don't squeeze an orange that you have already drained to a miserable pulp by stealing Omega's iconic model for some atrocity. So let's go back, right? They went to the table to come up with a Swatch model that would take advantage of Swatch Group's vertical integration, which is really a fancy way of saying that they wanted to produce a quartz version of one of the iconic models they had in their portfolio between Blancpain, Breguet, Hamilton, Omega, whatever else you want to count. We know Certina. We can count for years. They mentioned it themselves. There 17 brands in the Omega Swatch conglomerate. Swatch, a producer of watch movements and components on an industrial scale, Swatch would leverage its expertise in manufacturing and design, all for a price that remained true to the brand ethos. And remember, Swatch has been trying that. Swatch has been trying to feed off the reemergence of mechanical watches in the post-internet, post-social media era. System 51 was one such project, right? They have started producing mechanical watches for the first time in their own history. And they came up with so many different iterations and collaborations of that. It just did not click. So they had to vampirically latch on to whatever else they had in their arsenal, and the best thing they had in their arsenal was, of course, the Speedmaster. Else they had in their arsenal. All right. Well, back here. The Moonswatch leaned on the heritage and look of the Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch, an iconic timepiece worn on the moon by US astronauts. The steel hand-wound mechanical Moonwatch retails for about $7,000, but the quartz-powered Moonswatch, housed in multicolored ceramic and bioplastic cases, costs only $260. When the Moonswatch was introduced in March exclusively at Swatch boutiques, buyers thronged stores from Sydney to New York. 3 months later, it remains hard to get, with stores selling out within minutes of receiving resupplies. Hayek insists he could sell 10 million Moonswatches. It lit instantly, putting Swatch back into the spotlight, he says. Everybody's interested. And you know exactly the angle of this bioplastic, bioceramic material, right? Because who really needs to sell 10 million wristwatches? You all know that, most people who buy these watches are going to just get tired of them before the end of the year. And there's so much more waste at the languishing in someone's drawer somewhere. Of course, they are not selling 10 million Moonswatches anytime soon, but even with what they have already sold, yeah, I'm already I won't be able to sleep tonight, right? Imagining the landfills generated just by the Moonswatches that were bought in this frenzy. The COVID-19 pandemic turbocharged the Swiss luxury watch business, stuck at home during lockdowns with little possibility of dining out or traveling. Cash flush consumers browsed Instagram posts of Rolexes, Pateks, and yes, Omega Speedmasters, newly coveting expensive mechanical watches. This is a familiar narrative, so no need to dwell too much on it. Prices for some steel sports watch models more than doubled on the secondary markets, and today it's almost impossible to buy a Rolex at the official retail price, even at an authorized dealer, especially not at an authorized dealer. Hayek says that the Omega collaboration has made the Swatch brand part of the luxury conversation again, even with prices that are a fraction of high-end timepieces. Of course, for a long time, Swatch, especially in the jellyfish version, um, was the ultimate high-end timepiece, in the sense that a lot of European businessmen would love to flex their wealth by wearing a cheap, antiquated quartz watch on their wrist rather than a luxury timepiece. It was kind of reverse snobbery, but I guess Swatch had long lost that sheen. Commercial landlords want Swatch boutiques alongside top luxury fashion names, he says, and customers who stop by looking for the elusive Moonswatch often check out other models. Right. That's what they do. They don't go to the Omega boutique next door or take the trek to the next town for the Omega boutique to see if they have something at an entirely different segment, right? So this kind of makes more sense, doesn't it? They look for other Swatch models and they end up buying other swatches, not the Moonwatch. Who believes in that shit, anyways? The company says that Swatch brand sales in Switzerland, excluding the Moonswatch, are up 41% since the release, and that other regions have seen similar increases. Once again, one number and then very nice, ambiguous, non-committal statement. Fair enough. JB, hey man, nice to see you. And BC says cheap and nasty. That I can't disagree with. I'm not a huge fan of the Moonswatch. Again, I want to add the caveat. I tried getting one, but it grew cold for me very fast, and I'm not really interested in owning one after having seen some in person. Some Moonswatch owners are reselling them online for double the retail price, not unlike the Rolex gray market dealers profiting from the brand's scarcity. Hayek, though, counsels against buying from so-called flippers, as the Moonswatch isn't limited and production is being ramped up to meet the demand, with most of the 6 Swiss facilities making the watch now running 24 hours a day. That's funny. And of course, Swatch Group facilities being now almost exclusively, or some 6 Swatch Group facilities being now excessively dedicated to making Moonswatches is benefiting who again? Omega? Really? That's fascinating. It's an ironic about face that Swatch's revival is being powered by Omega, a brand Swatch helped prop up in the 1980s. Omega's comeback took hold only later, exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. When it became James Bond's timepiece of choice through a lucrative marketing deal. The maker of the DeVille, Seamaster, and Speedmaster models, Omega now accounts for more than a third of Swatch Group sales and more than half of its profits, according to estimates by Morgan Stanley and industry researcher Lux Consult. Swatch proved it was possible to make a timepiece in Switzerland that had a trendy design and disruptive marketing while selling at an extremely competitive price, says Lux Consult head Oliver Müller. History is repeating itself 40 years later, but in reverse. Okay. The Speedmaster wasn't the only model Hayek considered for the Swatch collaboration. He has also commissioned, there we go, guys, Swatch bioceramic versions of the Seamaster, as well as the Blancpain 50 Fathoms, a storied diving timepiece that retails for about 13,000. I have told you before, and I have told you at the beginning of this broadcast as well, but then again, it wouldn't have been fair because I've actually read this piece before. Hayek is happy to show those prototypes, but there is one he won't reveal, a mock-up of a Swatch collaboration with a very high-end outside brand. Is it a Patek, an Audemars Piguet, a Rolex? He won't say. Of course, it's not Rolex. Of course, it's not Rolex, but we'll see what comes out of it. Probably since Breguet is not mentioned, but they do say it's an outside brand. Hey, I don't know. I don't know what they consider to be a very high-end outside brand. But he does suggest that a Swatch collaboration might be the perfect way to introduce a new generation to one of Switzerland's most sought-after but expensive and hard-to-get brands. The exclusivity of such brands, he says, cannot be the message. That's not my message. that's very fascinating, because what this whole campaign has so far accomplished was to make Swatch more exclusive, to make a sub $300 copy, an homage version of the Speedmaster, more exclusive than the actual authentic storied version that sells multiple times over that price segment. So, in fact, the guy can't even utter a sentence that's consistent with his own practice. But be that as it may, this article, except perhaps for that last statement, actually, to me, presents a much more compelling narrative, much more believable narrative, much more credible story than the one that was told by Bloomberg Business before, which was the, to me, outrageous idea that somehow the release of the Moonswatch significantly boosted the sales of Omega Speedmaster. Here, finally, again, through an interview with the CEO, they are making the opposite argument, which is, again, much more believable, because ultimately they are saying this was a boon for Swatch specifically, because Swatch had lost its sheen, its ground, as a fun alternative wristwatch. It had lost that market segment to not necessarily mechanical watches, but to smartwatches, and especially Fitbits, Garmin's, but especially the Apple Watch. Now, basically, thanks to its cribbing, thanks to it feeding off what is arguably the most iconic model in the entire catalog of the Swatch Group, it seems to have revived its sales. And forget about the possibly absurd number of Moonswatches already having been sold as part of this venture since March. They have also boosted up their sales up to 40%. That was the number they gave themselves from Swatch in Switzerland. They basically sold 41% more of swatches, excluding the Moonswatch, in terms of their sales in Switzerland. So that is pretty significant, and really the gain that Swatch had in terms of public exposure, in terms of word of mouth, in terms of really experiencing more of what the hypebeast brands experience at every drop, rather than a mere watch release. They have become fashionable again. Now, that may be fleeting, but it's already happened. So, who did this collaboration benefit? Unsurprisingly, it benefited Swatch. Ozzy, thank you for being here, and thanks for reminding people to upvote. Hey, man, how are you?
Hi, I can't join for too long, but I thought I'd drop by, say hi.
Thank you, man. I think after the recent trauma experienced by our community, because yeah, I don't want to dwell on it too much, because I am expecting my friend to come back as well. So no definitive statements made there, but I guess people suspected the same thing. Hey, maybe I was on a bender in Las Vegas that I didn't want to necessarily live stream. Who knows? Who knows? But I was genuinely just reading more, writing more, so I have a lot of exciting content lined up. I wasn't planning to disappear on you guys, but I do appreciate the love. GB says, welcome back. Dirk Diggler says, glad to see you back. Thank you, guys. Thank you. In the past, if someone coveted something like a Lamborghini Countach or Christie Brinkley, the closest they could get was a poster on the wall. Oh, I love those posters on the wall. The Moonswatch will get them much closer to the real thing. No doubt. No doubt. Okay. It does get closer. But does it actually make more people buy moon watches from Omega? That's the question I've been asking. I have no problem with the Moonswatch making Speedmaster more accessible to a wider variety of people. I just want to clarify that.
I think
Is the
accessibility. I
narrative.
think the retail staff are sort of starting to get the position. I hear a lot less democratic allocations are going on. You got to build a relationship, and hence 40% increase in sales of soft watches. I imagine.
Amazing. Yeah, that's very perceptive again from you, Ozzy.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't get this by waiting in line. I
Right.
got it by knowing the manager and saying hi.
Makes sense. Again, yeah, the only thing I'm contesting is the narrative that this somehow brought more attention to the Speedmaster, pure and simple, meaning the Omega Speedmaster, whether you're talking about the, pardon me, Hesselite, Sapphire Sandwich, or even some automatic version. I don't care, but I'm not sure if it brought a significant number of people to Omega to buy a watch for $7,000 instead of the one they got or they couldn't even get for $275.
I think it would be very difficult to argue that it didn't bring the Speedmaster name to more people. Most people who buy Rolex don't know the name of their watch. I suspect there are more people who know what a Speedmaster is now than they do a Submariner. Maybe.
BC says, wait till they put Snoopy and other animals on it. They're going to milk it forever. BC, actually, look, I mean, one of the things that I was thinking when after the Omega Moonswatch came out was what next? And in fact, what should have been done instead? The first thing that came to my mouth and mind, not to, and you saw it from Hayek himself, was the Blancpain 50 Fathoms. Now that's an asymmetry that could have been leveraged towards Blancpain rather than Swatch Group, because in this case, for me, Swatch, I shouldn't say Swatch Group, Swatch, the brand, had most to gain, and they have. And messaging matters. I understood what you mean, but in a way, getting the Moonswatch on people's wrists does get them closer to the real thing. Whether that will make them go on and buy the real thing next, which is what Bloomberg Business actually tried convincing us just 2 weeks ago, that's I don't believe in. So, but we are on the same page.
I think it's a leads thing. I mean, how many people are in the pipeline to get a real moon watch? It's a leads generation thing. I think ultimately conversion may be low, so you're correct, but we're talking about luxury watches which are not huge sellers full stop. So even a low amount of conversion coming over from the literally thousands of people who've waited to try get one of these may actually But even the people who do get one, I think this is in reality such a disappointing watch that
Mm.
the upsell potential is actually quite high.
Well, let me put it this way: is it just to play devil's advocate for a little bit? Is it disappointing to the owner of a real Moonwatch like you, or do you think it would be disappointing to just about anyone?
Mm, that's such a hard question. I would really have to like talk to one of my neighbors, like talk to a real watch novice to see what they think. He says he just won his racing game.
I,
Very good,
I I
Junior.
I could figure out. Yeah, good job, man.
He can. It's amazing that he can even operate the PlayStation controller.
It kind of is, but these people are digital. These people are digital born. They're almost like a different species to us.
Yeah, I didn't have the dexterity when I was his age. That's for sure.
I mean, look, again, I'm not using it as an ideological point, so I hope people don't get offended. But if you believe in some aspect of human evolution, in the way that we adapt to our environments and that we get more competent as in using certain tools and manipulating what is around us, you can genuinely see in front of your own eyes a new form of species evolving, right?
Mm.
The way kids interact with touch screens and these devices is like qualitatively different. It's qualitatively different
Can you
to
hear it? Yeah. It ticks? Yeah. It does. It's very loud. This one's very like, despite not being mechanical, the Moonswatch movement is actually very loud. It's loud, isn't it?
Yeah, quartz movements are always louder and more irritating to me,
Uh-huh.
but that might be just my own existential crisis screaming back at me.
Apparently, I have to test it too.
BC
Can the
says,
audience hear it?
BC says, how many Casio or Royal Oak G-Shock owners buy APs? And Basil's says, to you, I guess, in a way, I think you have to have a realistic expectation to appreciate the Moonswatch.
All I really wanted something was something quartz, something of equal sort of beta status as like a $50 Casio, right? But
Mhm.
it really is far more fragile than that. So, um,
Mm.
yeah. That being said, I mean, a similar strap for the real Speedmaster costs $180. So, you got to reset expectations. As I put a $50 watch on there, maybe it is worth $50.
I mean, to be fair, um, on the one hand, Omega asks for outrageous amounts of money for any strap. Like the NATO straps. I don't even know what they list for at this point, but significant amount of money. But after Breguet, another Swatch Group company, asked me for $600 for their deployant buckle, I'm not going to criticize Omega for asking $180 for a Velcro strap. I think that makes sense.
I
I
think
like
Messaging
the
Matters has a good comment. I've got a follow up. We had a conversation about this exact topic
Amen.
like a little while back.
Mhm. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's a question. Would the Moonswatch be as popular if it weren't based on the Speedmaster? For some, it may be aspirational and make a speedy purchase more likely. Others just think it's fun. I think you touch upon, like, obviously there's the Omega and Speedmaster heritage and branding. And I think we've covered it in a previous stream where I think all of this stuff about a watch's heritage and the brand is all stuff you would like to have as reasons to own the watch. But the only thing you really want to pay for is the watch itself. So I think, for example, a Rolex Submariner at retail actually is worth that price. Like, just look at the craftsmanship and what you get. It's you know, it's about a fair price. But then all of the heritage and the brand, it comes on as a bonus. With this watch, I think you couldn't possibly say that, because I mean, Swatch does have the same movement in a smarter looking case, available in their lineup for about $70 less. So you are expected to pay for branding and its heritage, despite the fact the watch itself you're not really getting all that much value out of.
And by the way, $70 less means in this case basically a 25% premium. So again, we're talking proportionally, right? So that's I think
Yeah.
that's a good argument. And I like to watch this. I wouldn't wear a Moonswatch. I would wear a Moonwatch. I mean, sure enough. And again, Ozzy wears them both, even though he talks a lot of shit about
No,
the Moonwatch
actually,
as
I've
well.
never worn this out.
Okay.
Like, I wear I wear my other watches out. This one I don't wear. It's honestly too fragile. Like, I'd rather, if I'm wearing a Speedmaster, I'd rather wear the real one.
Hmm.
And the only reason I could justify this is, like, I want like a beta watch, but it's too fragile to be a beta. So it occupies its space in history, which will be the ultimate hype watch. Like, it's not
But
a good beta, it's not a luxury watch, it's just hype.
but fair enough. You know, there are different ways people use the category beater watch, but clearly your golden standard was a G-Shock. So it's a little bit of an unfair comparison, to be absolutely fair.
No, I'll take a Seiko. I'll take a Seiko. But like, the main problem is this crystal is very, very fragile. I don't know if you've seen videos where just the box itself that it comes in will
Right.
scratch the sapphire, the crystal.
No,
It's
in the
unreal.
sense I said unfair because G-Shock's full reputation is based on being quote unquote unbeatable, unbreakable.
Yeah.
So in that way, unfair. Or I'm not belittling G-Shock in any way. I mean, Seiko, G-Shock, but yes, Seiko is a different category of quote unquote beater than G-Shock in the sense, like, you know, it's a watch you wear with abandon, but you can't abuse it in the same way that you abuse a G-Shock.
Oh, we can try.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will. You know, there's a whole genre of YouTube videos where people try to break their G-Shocks. I hope people are not doing that with Seikos because
I've been trying to break my NH35 powered watch. I won't say the name of which watch. You know what it is, looking at my spreadsheet last time. But I've put it through all of the stuff I would put a G-Shock through on a daily basis, but I've yet to put it through anything truly irresponsible.
this
And
is
I
the
do have
best
a
one
list of
yet.
tests that I want to put it through. And these are things that someone would plausibly do with a watch, but you probably shouldn't. So, for example, one test I really want to do is just dunk it in an ultrasonic cleaner. That sounds like a smart idea, but it probably isn't.
Um, this is the best one yet. Messaging Matters says it's kind of having a Moonswatch, wearing a Moonswatch instead of a Moonwatch says it's kind of like having a picture of Lord aspiring to be Marlon Brando. That's actually a picture of Marlon Brando auditioning for the role a rebel without a cause. So this is an actual picture of Brando, not me. So I am aspiring to be Marlon Brando, but that's a picture of him. GB Vol says crystal. Okay. SV Tang says,
Yeah, no crystalline structure here.
I wear my Moonswatch out all the time and there's not a scratch on it. Some people are just clumsy. Speaking of which, oh my God, before I got out of home today, I spilled an entire large cup of scalding hot coffee on myself.
Oh dear.
I was under a cold shower for 15 minutes,
Oh
and
wow.
it calmed me down. I don't know what will happen. It wasn't too severe. Like,
Uh-huh.
it's not the kind of um blackness that you should really get to the hospital to be treated.
Mm.
But it was pretty red, uh, horrifying when it first happened, because I was like, oh my god, this is what's gonna happen to me after I die and go to hell. It hurt.
Wow.
Yeah,
Touch wood, I
I
haven't
am
hurt
that
myself in
clumsy.
quite a while.
So I'm sure I shouldn't be wearing a Moonswatch, but SV Tang is having a good time with it. He says, "Ouch." Um, Honestly, I'm more careful with my wristwatches than I am with my coffee. It turns out, because most of my watches don't get a lot of scratches and bangs, except they all have almost one nick that really hurt.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I'm a vintage guy, so it's fine, and I don't really sell my watches, so it is what it is.
I think the biggest scratch I've got is on my Daytona on the clasp.
On the
Everything else
clasp,
is pretty
okay,
pretty
no,
good.
clasp is fine.
Yeah. But the I haven't worn this out because I've seen so many videos where just simple materials can scratch it. I really don't know if it's really that wise. I should have just sold it. I should have just flipped it when I got. I mean, I genuinely didn't. I genuinely don't enjoy it. So, and I'm not being a snob. I mean, I don't wear it out. I'm literally not enjoying it.
That's exactly it. I mean, you were an alpinist, for fuck's sake. So if you enjoyed it, you would wear it. Um,
Yeah.
Messaging Matters says, "Lordy Lord, we know that's a pic of Brando. Please don't cause an intervention here." Look, I mean, I keep saying it. Um, I am just as obnoxious, if not more obnoxious, than Brando, except I have much less talent. So the comparison ends there. I have an insufferable personality, but none of the acting chops. So there's no comparison.
I think all of Hayek's interviews regarding this issue have been really quite pathetic.
Mm. Okay,
I
tell
mean,
me more.
clearly they made a mistake, and now he's just saying, "Oh, I wanted to bring people back out." And then it's like, what are you talking about? This is ridiculous. Just you stumbled in to a complete how do you say a complete blockbuster. I mean, that's fine. You don't have to sound like you're the genius and own it all the way up and down. You say like it's been incredibly successful and it's caused some certain problems that I wish customers didn't have to face. But the reality is we can't keep up with the production level at this stage. It's not like the excuse making is so poor.
Yeah, I mean, the only one that really grated me the wrong way is oh, we decided not to sell them online because we don't want to actually sell that many of them. That's the worst part of that whole prevaricating speech,
Yeah.
because again, of course, you're a corporation, you can decide on your own policy, sell them however you want to sell them, but you did promise to your customer that they will be becoming available after the first run of boutique sales online on your website. So if you don't deliver on that promise, we are going to hold you accountable. You can't just try to find your way out of it by saying, but look, I came up with an interesting campaign, where I will have cars traveling all around Europe, selling them from their trunks or something. Come on, man. I mean, that's just. SV Tank says, I every day carried my Swatch in kindergarten, my Moonswatch, or your Swatch period. Because I
No,
mean,
come on. We're not talking to a kindergarten. He's talking about a Swatch. So we've got a real Swatch fan in here.
Oh no, I mean
That's
he could be a
commendable.
kindergarten teacher or something.
Oh.
That's more abuse a watch can possibly receive than at the hands of a kindergarten student. But I guess you're right. You're reading it the right way. Um, yeah, I
I've
will.
still got my calculator Casio watch strapped to my son's wrist, and there's a lot of scratches on it, but it's perfectly fine still.
I'm glad you're instilling that habit though, in the form of whatever it is, because mine was a Swatch as well. I was more in primary school. I didn't have a wristwatch of any sort in kindergarten, but I had a Swatch diver in primary school, and I loved it. I loved the shit out of it.
Our friend Alan is giving his boy a mechanical Seiko powered. And I
Oh,
think
nice.
probably like 6, 7 years old or something like that.
That's amazing. SV Tank says yes as a kid. LOL. Well, I mean, again, I was just maybe I thought maybe for a second that you were a kindergarten teacher, but thank you, Aussie and SV Tank, for correcting me. The calculator watch too at some point in primary school. Swatch used to make rubber protectors for their crystals, which blocked part of the view of the dial. I thought the watch's limitations regarding durability was baked into the cake. Yeah, exactly. That's why, once again, that's why one, they were, they were fashionable, which, as you guys know, Oscar Wilde has once said, the infinitely quotable Oscar Wilde has once said, fashion is such an insufferable thing that we have to change it every 6 months. So they were supposed to be one, a fashion watch in the sense that you wear it for a season or two and then you get rid of it. Second, they were supposed to be a second or secondary watch. Um, and yeah, this whole bioceramic shtick is because of that too, because Swatch knows that their watches are worn just for a little bit and then languish in drawers and go on to landfills not much later. Oh, that's interesting. You found it? The rubber protector? Rubber. Nice. Guard 2. What does that even mean? And you found one that is actually using it. You're muted, Ozzy. I think you have been saying
Oh,
quite a lot
the
of
first
things.
one runs straight down the center.
Uh-huh.
The first one.
Okay, let's go to that. Uh, what does it mean runs down the center?
You'll see. Like, so there's three images. One. Uh,
Oh, I chose the second one. Sorry, the
yeah.
first one. Are you sure that's their product though, the very first one? Because that
I
looks like
don't know.
someone else started it.
No, it is. I see. It's also a Swatch guard where it sort of goes straight through the middle.
Oh,
That's quite horrible. That one.
like as a piece of design, 0 out of 10. In terms of utility, maybe it's 10 out of 10. But as a piece of design, really bad.
Yeah. These Swatch guards seem like they were a popular item back in the day. I wonder if they're still current. Here's someone who's got a whole bunch of them for his Swatch. I guess it was sort of like a way of accessorizing the watch, but
Mm,
it's so poor, the one that runs straight over the face of it.
I don't know, man.
There is some charm to the one that basically creates a new bezel. This one looks quite smart. About to put this last one.
Easel. Easel, not to be
Yeah.
confused with Basil's Bezels. So wait, the very, very last one is it's a Ukrainian. It's a Ukrainian Swatch. Oops.
That's not coming up. Yeah, there we go.
It did.
That's actually quite nice,
I mean,
tasteful, bright.
the reason I really don't fight the accusation that I'm quote unquote Mossad agent is because it helps me take cover since I'm really a Russian agent. Um, so I will have to pretend that I'm okay with this for a little bit. Yeah, this looks like a Ukrainian watch,
I mean, yeah. Truth be told, this watch probably actually looks smarter without the rubber blue bezel.
but it doesn't look awful. I have to
Yeah.
admit that it kind of fits for this particular configuration.
I want one for my or each one of my luxury watches. You could put it on your root beer. You can get one of these and put it on.
Why not? I mean, I guess
I'm
we could
sure we can
try.
find them on eBay. Let's get some Swatch guards and start using them.
And BC says my first Seiko Arnie is still running from the mid 80s. Never got
Wow,
the Swatch
cool.
thing. Man, that's a cool watch. I've always liked those. For me, it's not a way of getting really. It was just something that's my mom got me when I was 7. So I liked it. And also it kind of prefigured the Submariner that I would get to inherit at age 18. So I loved fidgeting around with its bezel because the Swatch Diver actually does have a rotating bezel. I can't find the watch. I can't, and it frustrates me to no end. But you
I
know,
got an eBay listing for a Swatch guard. Man, I should totally get one and then put it on. Get absolutely ass blasted by posting some photos onto Reddit r Rolex with the watch protector on. I was like, oh look, it protects the watch, guys. It's great. Go
well,
to
I mean,
my
people do.
get kicked out immediately.
You don't know. I mean, people get those sticker sets, as you know.
I know. No, well, they always get completely reamed out if they've got stickers on their watch.
And of course, this is
I'm not really of two minds. I think if you're wearing the watch, you should be wearing the watch, but um, it's hardly the worst thing you could possibly be doing. At least you're wearing the watch.
yeah. I mean, honestly, it just takes away from your enjoyment of the watch more than anything. That Seiko Arnie I showed was, of course, the recent iteration of it, but that is the iconic model that was first introduced in the 80s. Great.
He's just a little stream bomber, isn't he?
No, I mean the reason I was laughing is the way he was just stopped in his tracks when you looked behind. It felt like he was up to something not very good. I don't know what that is, but
He's
he looks
always doing
suspicious.
something naughty, but I don't set many rules, so
Good,
he has to be extra creative.
good. I guess he's entitled to do kid things. Makes sense. Um, Speaking of collaborations, I have something else to bring up that's going to come out tomorrow. Apparently, another collaboration between corporate overlords and their outlets. Junior Johnson, hey man, my love to Michigan. Thank you. It's always fantastic to see you, man. Eddie Fu. All right. This is good. There were some defenses of it, but finally and outright commendation of it. Love the Swatch, Moonswatch. It's a breath of fresh air. This is just a hobby, not that serious. Fair enough. Fair enough. Guys, as you know, Hodinky, the famous watch outlet, is actually owned in part by LVMH, the luxury group, that also owns Zenith or Zenith. And apparently they are working on a collaboration. Let's see what it is about.
We'll see. Okay, so I gotta go. Junior's time for bed, and to be honest, I've been up since 3 a.m., so it's my
Okay.
bedtime too.
All right, man. Good luck with everything.
Enjoy,
Take care.
everyone.
Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Guys, sign up to Aussie Expat Watches, please. I'm gonna post the link in the chat. Aussie is my co-pilot. He is one of my regular recurrent co-hosts. So if you support this channel and like Aussie's appearances, chances are that you will enjoy some of his content, which is very entertaining, but most of all, usually very informative and analytical in the way that Aussie delivers it. So please do sign up. He has had his channel for a while, but he started this new channel to focus exclusively on watch content. So if you support him, I would very much appreciate it myself. So please subscribe to Aussie Expat Watches. Eddie Fu, I'll come back to the Ming question. Messaging Matters says it's funny to see how some folks get so triggered by an inexpensive plastic, I mean bioceramic watch. Um, I feel like, people use the term triggered a little. I know you are not being very serious, Messaging Matters, but I think people use the term triggered a little too easily on the internet these days. If you show any emotion, if you hold any strong opinions about anything at all, you're understood to be triggered, um, and easily angered and stuff like that. I don't usually get that. I think this platform is specifically to avoid the pitfalls of broadcasting, which involves a certain kind of straitjacket, a very artificial form of seeming objective, um, kind of um, treading the line between one or the other that usually ends up not doing justice to any viewpoint or any perspective on anything at all. The French cultural critic Roland Barthes called this nihilism in French, right? Because ni is like neither nor in French, so it's kind of um, like the both sides perspective that journalism, usually traditional journalism or the old media, delivers in this dry, straitjacketed, and artificially non-emotional, um, detached way. I find extremely unattractive, and I would not want to mimic any of that in media. So I would rather be, I guess, understood as being triggered or angry than looking emotionless in a very contrived way, as the talking heads on traditional media do. Um, right. So we were taking a quick look, Eddie. I will turn to your question right after this. We were taking a quick look at the Zenit and Hodinky collaboration that is coming up. Again, Hodinky doesn't disclose this usually. They're very casual about it, which I find outrageous. Like, you're owned by the same company practically, so everything you publish about Zenit, including a collaboration, should have some notice about the fact that you are partially owned by LVMH, and Zenit is owned entirely by LVMH. Um, this is launching tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and it is going to be a Hodinky limited edition of a Zenit watch, I'm assuming. And from what I can see in that video, not being really an expert of Zenit watches, by and large, that doesn't look like an El Primero to me, although I might be wrong. But let us know, guys, if any of you in the chat knows anything about this collaboration or has a better eye than I do in figuring out what this watch on this gentleman's wrist is. Let me know. Um, I feel like it would be some. I feel like it would be some round Port Royal or something like that. But that I might be just, yeah, I might be completely off base. But I kind of feel it's not going to be a chronograph. It's not going to be an El Primero. Messaging Matters says no one here, but elsewhere I've seen people extremely upset at this watch release, seeming way beyond rationality. Well, Messaging Matters, I would even go to defend them, honestly, in this case. I understand your perspective and I do appreciate it. Don't take me wrong. But listen, I mean, at the end of the day, I've always advocated in this channel that the wristwatch is absolutely not a necessity. It is the true definition of a luxury in our time and day. No one really needs to be wearing a wristwatch. It is really a pleasure, uh, a joy, and a luxury to wear a mechanical wristwatch in this time and day, which to me really means that there is a lot of emotional investment that goes into it beyond the financial investment, which is significant already. So I don't necessarily have a problem with people getting emotional, and acting irrationally when they talk about a watch, as long as they can talk about a watch and present some uh, perspective about why they feel so strongly. I honestly have no problem, and I kind of see uh, a reason for some people to be upset at this watch. Honestly, messaging, because Omega has very committed contingents of fans, and they feel pretty strongly about the Speedmaster specifically, which is their iconic model. Um, I certainly wouldn't be happy myself to see a quartz powered, um, no date Submariner coming out from any of the Rolex brands in near future. I would be disappointed in that. So I kind of see where people are coming from. Full on John, hey man, nice to see you. Uh, Guys, we have just now finished the first hour of our show. Um, Eddie, thank you. It's really funny, guys. By the way, if you write anything about subscribe, I think the algorithm automatically blocks. So Eddie, for example, very kindly wrote um, upvote and subscribe. True What channel. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Um, it was blocked from the chat, so I had to go back and allow it myself. Um, but yeah, thank you for reminding everyone to upvote and subscribe. This was my moment to remind everyone, please do upvote. um, please hit that like button, it really helps, it gives me genuine exposure. um, Subscribe if you have come across this channel in some other way. I'm here with watch content almost every day, and I have a lot of exciting stuff coming up in the pipeline, which was actually made possible, ironically, by the few days I just took off. So I had a lot more time to read and write. Who knows? Maybe I was on a bender in Las Vegas that I decided not to live stream because I was just having too much with coke and other stuff. Who knows? But I don't have those sorts of habits. Pavel is here. Pavel, as in the legendary collector, Pavel. But it turns out he just took his name after the legendary review. MLMJ, lovely to see you. So yes, guys, Jimmy, thank you for being here and thank you for the upvotes. Um, Click the like button, subscribe if you haven't. I'm here every day with the live stream. I'm working on all sorts of other stuff. So, new content on the pipeline coming out this week. But more importantly, stay tuned, subscribe if you haven't. Keep coming back. The live streams are here multiple hours a day at night. Earlier live streams are going to come up, and I'm going to explain to you how I'm going to do that. In either case, that's the best way you can support this channel. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't, and spread the word. Send the link out. It really helps me. It makes a huge difference for me to have one more subscriber, because that person can help me reach a whole new series of other people. You know how these things work. uh, they work in a viral fashion. The growth is usually exponential. So please do help. um, because reaching 1,000 subscribers will also help me get this channel monetized, which means that I will have some return um, in terms of the time, work, and effort that I invest in this channel. And you see that whatever I get from you, I already invest in the channel at any rate, in terms of quality and quantity of content. Now, if you already want to contribute, if you already want to help in some way before the channel gets monetized, there are already a few different ways as to how you can do that. It's already in the ticker. It is included in the video description, and I have just posted the links as well. I have a PayPal account that is connected to my primary um, mode of communication, which is my email, lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. So if you want personalized content, that's the best way to reach me. With a corresponding donation, I'll be more than happy to dedicate a live stream to a topic of your choice. That can be, of course, um, that can really be just a way of helping me focus on a brand whose history is dear to you, so I can come up with a narrative to convey that history. If you want me to look into a specific model, I can also do that. If you want me to do a collection review for you where you can jump on a live stream and we will arrange the time according to your schedule, and we will get to learn more about you and your lifestyle through your watches, which is really a form that I like and I really excel in. So that would be a great opportunity for me. And I hope a great occasion for you as well. And there are a few examples of that that I'm going to post in the chat. Now there's an entire playlist, in fact. Um, but um, more importantly, it's just a way of you uh, requesting some sort of content that you want to have covered in on this channel. So Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. That's my primary point of contact. And that is also my um, PayPal account. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And I've also opened a Patreon account with the explicit purpose of increasing the quality and quantity of content on this channel. So if you become a frequent contributor, this will most immediately allow me to start introducing 2 additional live streams per week starting next month. Earlier in the day, right? So I can reach more people more immediately from the UK, in continental Europe, and also in other parts of the US and other countries in the Americas where this show ends up sometimes being a little too late. So if you become a contributor on Patreon, and I'm way too far away from my goal right now, you would allow me to do that, which would then allow me to reach you more efficiently, more frequently, and which will allow me to reach more of you, period. So I would really appreciate any help in that. Again, the information is in the ticker, included in the video description, and the links are posted in the chat as well. And I, just as a sample of other kinds of content I create, I posted the collection review interviews there. And I will also, since we have been talking Swatch Group and Omega in this early part of the show, I will also post a quick hot take that I made of Omega's brand identity in terms of the new releases that preceded Watches and Wonders this year. So just a couple of months ago, and in a way that also perhaps already prefigured some of the developments we would see with the release of the Moonswatch. So my hot take on Omega Identity is another kind of content, again, that you can sample on your own time from this channel. I will do these more and more frequently. So you will see more content from me that's less than 10 minutes, usually up to 12, 15 minutes at most, that you can consume in other ways, that you can share perhaps more easily with your friends. So please do that. I would really appreciate that. So check them out. I want to respond to Nick, and then I want to return to the question Eddie asked earlier about the new Ming watch. Nick says, good to watch the live show again. Thank you for welcoming me back. I was looking at getting an Era Notice. Do you have any experience with this one? Have you done a review on it? No, I have not. I have never had an experience with this watch. Wow. Okay. Let's take a look. All right, so this is a tourbillon watch, very classically designed dress watch. I guess this is maybe a 24-hour indicator and a moon phase and a tourbillon as well. Okay. And it's in stainless steel, and there is plated gold versions of it as well. It's an in-house caliber, apparently. Um, it's a pretty gigantic watch, at least by my standards. Let's put it this way: clocking in or scaling at 45 millimeters, 14 millimeters thick. Um, I'm trying to understand where these watches are made. Nick, maybe you can help me a little bit on this, because this is the first time I'm meeting this particular brand. Um, let's see. ERA, or ERA timepieces. I have no clue. Honestly, the website design is a little quirky, and there's very little transparency in terms of where these watches are made. Because the claim to an in-house movement in and of itself doesn't mean much to me where I don't know, when I don't know um, where that house is, right? Um, so I don't know what to say, Nick Butter. Yeah, Eddie, thank you for helping me. Um, I mean, look, I have no problem with the design of that particular watch that we just looked at, the tourbillon. I think it is a good piece of design, way too big for my taste. Um, and honestly, since it's trying to be some sort of dress watch, I think it's just way too big for the design to begin with. The price point seems like um, this is probably an entirely Chinese made piece, and probably not the highest level of execution, because to sell any kind of tourbillon uh, at $1,600 in stainless steel, it seems a little too cheap. So I wouldn't expect much quality from it. Um, if they can actually hold their word of offering you a 60-day risk-free trial, which probably should mean a full return of your money, including everything, even shipping and the return shipping, then give it a shot. Why not? If you actually like the design of the watch, and they can offer you a genuinely risk-free trial, please do. And report back to us. I mean, I'm not very interested in this piece myself at all. But if you want to actually have a risk-free trial, if they are actually offering a risk-free trial, full return, fully refunded return, give it a shot. To me, this doesn't appeal to me, even to engage in a 60-day risk-free trial. So let's go back to what Eddie Fu has been saying. I love it. I love it. I have so many haters that I must be doing something right. Thanks for encouraging me in this way, guys. Lovers and haters, I'm happy to have you all on this channel. They're all fueling me. So Nick, yeah, if you like it, um, if you like it enough, read that 60-day risk-free trial notice quite well. Make sure that you won't lose anything on it at all if you're not happy with it. If they can fully refund you and even pay for return shipping, that to me is the definition of a risk-free trial. I would have taken that offer if it were a watch that appealed to me aesthetically. In this case it doesn't, but that shouldn't mean anything because clearly you like the watch, it appeals to you, and you think it's an elegant and simple design. So take them up on their offer and report back to us if it's actually risk free once again. And Eddie says, please don't touch ERA or ERA. You can thank me later. Okay. I actually don't have a clue. Well, I have a clue, but I don't have actual knowledge. My clue is that it is made in um, in a less attentive, low quality manufacturer in China. Because if it were made in a higher quality manufacturer in China, even then it would probably cost at least $3,000. Like I cannot imagine a tourbillon that is made well enough cost anything less than $3,000. It just doesn't make sense to me. Um, but yeah, nice story, bro. I like the kind of narrative that they're trying to manufacture. Ah, may not last another 2 months. Well, Eddie has a good point there because if anyone offers you 3-year warranty, for example, it means usually your car or your watch is going to break 2 months into the fourth year, right? But in this case they have 6-day risk-free trial, again read the fine print, and 2-year warranty, it said. So figure out, Nick, the kind of risk you want to take if the design appeals to you. My guess is it's made in a very very low quality manufacturer. um, so I wouldn't take my chances, especially because I don't actually like the design and proportions. But if you do try it, please report back to us. So let's go back to Eddie Fu's question on the new Ming. Um, let's go. It was 3707, or am I getting confused here? Yeah, 3707 Mosaic. This is their 5th anniversary watch, apparently. Okay. I didn't even realize that Ming has been around for 5 years. Well, good on them. Good on them. Guys, if you have just joined us, please hit the like button. It helps me a great deal, gives me exposure, and hey, it will be a great favor to me. Ming celebrates its 5th year with a firecracker of a mosaic dial. It's coming out on Friday, apparently. Oh, nice. Nice little design on the dial. I like it. I like it. Cool. Um, Look, Eddie, the Ming design doesn't really appeal to me. Um, I know it's a weird thing to obsess on, perhaps, but to me, the face of the watch is 90% of the game, right? As much as I care about what ticks inside the watch, what beats inside the watch, what kind of caliber powers the watch, if I don't actually like the dial, I'm not gonna invest any money into that watch. And for me, the dial designs and especially the design of the hour and minute hands on Ming watches just don't appeal to me. And this one is not much different. Um, I kind of like the dial design, but then again, the fact that it's loomed feels kind of icky to me. I don't like watches that are excessively loomed. I think luminous material should be used to enhance legibility, not as a gimmick. That being said, this is a 5th-year anniversary piece, so it is supposed to be a little gimmicky, a little bit off fun, I guess, for them and for people who appreciate this brand. So I don't necessarily mind that as an element that can be appreciated by others. I still don't like it. Um, yeah, this watch just does nothing for me. Um, yeah, especially at that price point, basically a $3,500 watch. But I guess yes, since the Mosaic was a great pattern for them, and this is a more affordable version, more or less, of that Mosaic design. And look, I mean, they are kind of, Ming is always a brand that, in terms of the marketing, plays their cards pretty well. I mean, they're collaborating with Schwarz Etienne in this case, which is a very well respected high horological brand. Again, I'm not a fan of Ming as a piece of design to begin with. So even though I'm not going to equate it with ERA or ERA that Nick brought up earlier, to me the approach is the same, right? If I don't like the watch, I'm not going to take any risks with it. And that, to me, it's not even a question of price, actually. I mean, even if this watch was $1,000, I wouldn't have bought it because I just don't like it. I can see how it appeals to a lot of people because they market them really well and the aesthetic is very distinct. So, as much as I hate it, I know someone else out there loves it because it is a simplistic and futuristic and quite a captivating design, to be honest. Even the hands that I really don't like. So I can see why this watch might be appealing, but I wouldn't even risk um, any money on it. And Nick says that's a nice choice, Eddie. I love the design as well. Uh, and I like the watch. Says the mink is a big hell no, but the back looks good. The case back looks good. The case back looks okay. Um, it's a Selita movement, and I think it reflects, actually, the way they put it together reflects the brand's aesthetic very well. Because it's kind of um, a futuristic design with a slight nod to conventional high horological watchmaking, of course, at a quite different price point where any of the distinguishing aspects of high horology are entirely absent. But the aesthetic is there if you really care about it. Um, And yeah, that is the problem, guys, with watches that lean heavily on aesthetics and not about the intrinsic horological worth. I think we bumped into a wall in our discussions of the new Breitling Super Ocean, um, for the same reason, um, because it was a watch that leaned exclusively on design. So if you love the design and you have the budget for it, you might think it's the best thing since sliced bread. If you don't love the design and you want to learn a little bit more about how the sausage is made, you discover that it's a pretty uh, run of the mill ETA movement that beats inside it, 2824 2, which is not in any way significantly modified or upgraded or improved upon by Breitling, and cased in a $5,000 watch that really doesn't deserve that price tag, because Swatch Group actually does pretty remarkable things with that same base movement from ETA, uh, in making their Powermatic 80, which powers a lot of their watches right around $1,000 mark, or you can get them even for less, even at price list, like the Tissot PRX Powermatic 80 is one of them. And that actually has an 80-hour power reserve, so it presents an improvement on the standard ETA caliber base. Whereas with Breitling, you have a watch that uses just the run of the mill version of it, of that ETA caliber, and tries to sell you a $5,000 watch purely based on design. And we are experiencing the same thing here, right? You have a watch that is powered by a Sellita, so shouldn't really be much more expensive than 1,500, $2,000 at most. But you know it, because it's a nice design and it's special and it's the 5th anniversary mosaic. Oh my God, I love Ming. And suddenly you're talking about 3,500, and to me, someone who doesn't actually like the aesthetic, that seems unjustifiable. So, but that's just me. Pavel says, "Thanks, I hated my feelings." Exactly. But guys, Eddie, Nick, I love you both. Please don't take it personally. I'm just sharing my honest perspective. And again, stop me when I tell a lie. Um, I'm just speaking honest truth according to my perspective. Bezos says, "Hey, fake ocean." Yeah, it's not even. My God, it's always the same people who are the source of the trouble. It's so fascinating. So Salida for Ming SW Ming SW Ming SW Ming SW 210.m1. Um, hey, if you're interested in minimalistic, futuristic design and you're a fan of Ming and you want to celebrate this special occasion, and if you can actually get your hands on one of them at the list price, this could be interesting. I would say absolutely not, but you know, again, be my guest and please report back if you do get one. Anthracite skeletonized bridges with contrast rhodium circular brushing, two domed sapphire crystals with double-sided anti-reflective coating on both, all assembly by Schwarz Etienne. All right. Okay, guys. Let me get a quick drink because I'm kind of parched, and I'll be right back. Hey guys, I am back. I am back. Dirk Diggler, showing off his giraffe, says, "Hey guys." Hey, Dirk Diggler. But that's is that the real deal? Is that the real Dirk Diggler? Will the real Dirk Diggler please stand up? I'm gonna actually talk about a hypothetical deal, um, and let's see what you guys think about it, because this is a deal that one of the members of our audience is thinking about. Um, and let's bring up a hypothetical example. This is a full set of Langerwan in rose gold, right, from a Japanese seller. I believe it's not the most recent generation here, but it comes with all box and papers. Seems to be in a pretty good condition. Possibly has been polished before. Um, has a new strap, but also an extra black one. Some small nicks here and there, some scratches. You can see from these uh, little islands on the caliber from the case back that this is the um, older caliber, the older generation. which presents perhaps an aesthetic improvement, the newer generation on the caseback, but most important technical difference is that the date has become jumping exactly at midnight, whereas the transition is gradual in the older version, which might be something to look for, of course. Um, and I was basically trying to tell him not to go through with a deal at this time because these watches trend around 30K right now. This one is a little cheaper because it is the older version, but mind you, this is a seller based in Japan, and Japanese sellers are very honest, very, very specific. They're not gonna try to defraud, um, the tax department. So if they're gonna send you a watch, they're gonna declare full value and expect you to pick up the tab for tax. At any rate, Chrono 24 is going to charge tax on their behalf in this particular transaction. So we're already talking about $30,000 here if you figure in the shipping and what Chrono will charge in terms of tax and what else might just hit you through the customs. What does the audience think? Do you do you all think it is a risk worth taking at this point in time? Do you think we should? You think he should go through with a deal like this? I was saying that if it comes to Lange, it's a brand that has gradually and consistently gained in value. But to say it that way even is a little misleading because Lange used to be a brand that faced a lot of value depreciation in the secondary market because it was a niche brand that was mostly appreciated by its own committed fans and also high horology enthusiasts a little more generally. And beyond the watch market trends during the pandemic, Lange actually gained a lot of attention through the release of their sporty integrated bracelet stainless steel model, the uh, Odysseus or Odysseus, um, which became almost instantly unavailable in that stainless steel version, but which drew a lot of eyes onto the brand. People who have started seeking out after Lange after becoming initially interested in the Odysseus, whether they thought highly of Odysseus or simply thought of it as something that could substitute for other stainless steel integrated bracelet watches that were simply unobtainable. That's another discussion altogether. Um, but a lot of people who came into the authorized dealers and who came into the boutiques to look for an Odysseus actually realized that there was so much more and perhaps arguably more interesting and more fascinating models in the brands beyond the Odysseus, which, by the way, I personally like a lot. But of course, Langerwan is iconic. Langerwan is, at least for me personally, in the long term within reach, unlike a datograph, which remains an absolute grail and in a way um, unobtainable. But people have realized, so it's a brand that appreciated in value, considering how much it had depreciated before, and really picked up gradually over time. So we are seeing now, with everything else dipping down significantly in value, these are still resisting a little bit that particular downturn in the market, which I think, for all intents and purposes, is a crisis and is ultimately really articulating itself as a crash. But all of that being said, I still believe that by the end of the year, and maybe a few more months into the next year, the prices on these particular models will continue to dip. And I feel that if he moves now to buy the watch, he's basically ending up paying about 2,500, if not more, to wear the watch until the end of the year. 2,500 at least extra. So I basically told him to consider the deal like that and decide if it's worth engaging in that way. But you see, all the watches that we have been looking so far are from the earlier generation. So anything else that belongs to actually the current generation is even more expensive. Let's see what they have from the current generation. I think this is a current generation. No, this is also not it. This is a white gold, but this is the current generation, right? And you see how it's even more. And guys, even these actually, by the way, still present some sort of deal, right? Let's not forget that the list price now on a Langerwan is actually 40,000 and change, in addition to, of course, without figuring into it the tax. So you're talking about 45,000, almost, roughly, whereas you have 30K, in this particular case, potentially paid to on the secondary market, and that's it, right? So you are still talking about 33% discount. So let's see what you guys think. I will make it into a poll, actually. As a hypothetical question, would you buy a Langerwan today for $30,000? My answer is absolutely not, because I know that it will fall down further. I think the prices will continue to fall. And again, I know that at the boutique it costs 33% more, 30% more, let's say, today. But still, I think I would, at that level of investment, I would sit tight. Because look, at the end of the day, whatever Lange is and whatever it might still become as a brand, we're talking about a very specific category, a very niche category of watches, after all. We're talking about press watches in precious metal, right? Which is already quite a limited category. We're talking about the Lange dress watch, which again narrows the intended audience a little more. And even if we're talking about the iconic model by Lange in Langerwan, uh, we're still talking about a model that's pretty quirky by mainstream standards, right? The asymmetric dial, the oversized dates, the asymmetric dial layout, the oversized date indicator, the general aesthetic of the watch, um, the proportions of it, the case size. You know, you either love or hate the pusher at 10 o'clock, right? In the same way that a lot of people hate the helium escape valve on Omega C Masters. Some people hate pusher, at least aesthetically, as it appears in on uh, Lange watches with the oversized dates. Um, Others love it. I mean, I love it obviously because it is uh, it just works so well, right? That's the button that allows you to cycle through the dates quickly. That's the pusher to change, to advance the date specifically. And it just has a very nice tactile feel if you have had the pleasure of playing around with these watches. So I absolutely love it. And it's certainly not as intrusive to the aesthetics of the watch as a ginormous helium escape valve, but some people don't like it. I understand. So overall, you have a watch that appeals to a very exclusive group of people because of its design, because of its brand, because of its genre, and because of its aesthetics. So even though I strongly believe that if and when the market recovers, which I think is still a mid to long term prospect, not immediate, the market is not going to recover by the holiday shopping season. Don't believe anyone who tells you that to push you into buying watches now. Even though I believe Lange will continue to appreciate if and when the markets, the watch market starts to recover mid to long term, I still don't think that a Langerwan will shoot to the stars anytime soon, right? With the ceiling, of course, already being at that very high sticker price of the Langerwan from the boutique. So that being said, I think these will present better deals by the end of the year. The unemployment numbers will start rising. They will compound with the rising inflation rates. The gas shortages are going to become quite a problem in Europe, which depends heavily on Russian gas, of course. Um, this is not so much a problem in the summer while we're experiencing these heat waves. Wait until deep winter in Central and Northern Europe, and we'll check again. A lot of these are quite significant watch markets. Don't expect the potential opening in China to somehow rescue the entire market. Um, so for me, I would say don't pull the trigger now. Sit tight. If you, I think he is thinking of consolidating his collection, right? Moving a few pieces, perhaps already moved one piece among them, um, I think it is a good time, to perhaps um, do that right now, right? If you're consolidating a few pieces and you find you are not doing fire sale, you are actually making a handsome profit, or at least a little bit of a profit from the piece that you want to move on. Again, that's not my collecting philosophy, but I understand when people do it. I would rather try to get the top dollar for what I can sell and somehow keep that money for a time where the market genuinely crashes. And again, Lange won't be affected in the same way as an extremely hyped up watch would, but I still expect ones in great condition, um, of the most recent generation, and as a full set, to sell for $2,000-3,000 less by the end of the year than they are selling now. So I would say for the moment, hold off. Um, I don't know what the audience says. I'm going to go back to them right now. Nick says, I'm just having faith on it being a Japan model. This, I think maybe Nick is coming from a little um, earlier in the stream where we were talking. And I'm just having faith on it being a Japanese or no, seeing how their cars are made. I don't know, Nick. I'm a little confused. What Japanese product were you talking about? Um, yeah, these, by the way, this one comes with a folding clasp, which are very desirable for Lange watches. Very, very quality, but you usually have to special order them. So this particular piece is even more expensive. As you can see, it's the most recent reference, looks to be in a good condition, just a few years old, not polished, and has actually the folding buckle rather than a tank buckle, but it's so much more expensive for that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Langerwan, I think for me is in many ways the quintessential dress watch. I would love to have one day eventually, hopefully. Who knows? Maybe if things work out in in the next few years, why not? But for now, I'm happy to talk with my friend who is considering this particular purchase, and I would say, please, yeah, I would say hold off for the moment. I especially love, by the way, the execution of the moon phase in these 38.5 millimeter versions, because that's in the subsidiary dial for the seconds. Of course, I prefer the 38.5 because that's the classic size. That's those are the case dimensions that they came up with when they released the watch in 1994. So a lot of reasons why that's preferable. But one great thing about Lange uh, moon phase in the recent generation is this is a little, this is the earlier reference. Um, the moon phase is actually a day night indicator too now. because it's it actually has, let's go to Lange's own website, actually has two discs that are superimposed upon each other. The Langerwan moon phase configuration in the current uh, generation. And it's actually it actually has the starry night sky for the PM, and for the AM, as you can see from the way they depicted it in the pink gold model, which I think is just more handsome in this particular configuration, even though I love me a white metal Lange. In this case, I think it looks better in pink gold with the moon phase. But hey, this is a beautiful thing, because you have a day and night disk that alternates between that deep blue starry midnight sky and this beautiful sky blue for the AM, with everything else that goes usually with Lange 1. That great double spring barrel movement that gives you 72 hours of power reserve, 72 plus, right? 3-day plus um, power reserve at full crank. You get that beautiful 3/4 um, bridge plate from German silver that has its singular yellowish hue that ages beautifully over time, that takes on a certain kind of patina, right? For us enthusiasts who chase after certain vintage watches just because of the particular and even peculiar forms of patina that they develop on the dials. This is really a joy to see and experience and contemplate, that you have a watch in Lange that actually takes on a distinctive patina on its movement. Um, so Langerwan for me is really top of the line, top shelf product in any way when it comes to dress watches. I would not. I again very objective. Um, of course, you have to consider other dress watches with great legacy. Calatrava would be, of course, at the headline at the headline of that conversation. Vacheron Constantin, the Patrimony series, of course, um, a great number of Breguet dress watches could be thrown into that conversation. Some would probably suggest or recommend a dress watch from an independent brand. For me, subjectively, there's not even competition when it comes to the ultimate dress watch in precious metal, and that's a Langerwan. I think it's just fine in its usual form, in its platonic ideal, which is this one. Um, but it's also quite something in the moon phase configuration. And in the Grand Langerwan, if you get it with the moon phase, the you'll find the moon disk actually within the dial for the hours and minutes. So if you're into the aesthetics of that particular execution, and you want to see it as big as possible, that might be it. For me, it's a little excessive, right? I like the moon phase. It's a romantic complication, right? I think it's quite beautiful when it's tastefully done. Um, but in the Grand Lange, I think the moon phase kind of takes over the watch, which is very unnecessary, in my opinion. Um, at any rate, I think the Grand Lange is just too big for a dress watch. No matter what your wrist size is, I think it's unnecessary for a dress watch to be that big, to be any bigger than 38 millimeters, really. But again, that's another conversation altogether. Um, but yeah, I think the sweet spot is actually a Langerwan moon phase in that classic proportions. I wish um, they made a white gold one with a white dial, with a silver dial, argenté as they call it. I think I would try to move heaven and earth for that one to get it over the next couple or a few years. But in either case, these look just great. By the way, the other thing that I like about Lange is that they they have a smaller version if you like it, which can also present an option for those for whom the either the classic one or even the larger one are somehow too large. There's a boutique exclusive edition that is the Little Lange from with an actual dial that is an actual gold dial that has guilloche decoration. Pardon me, in a rosette kind of design. And I find it quite beautiful, especially in pink gold. And again, they're smart enough that they know that this model would be attractive to a great number of people. So they're intelligent enough to have something unique and quite beautiful about it without restricting it with either marketing copy or a kind of gem setting to make it quote unquote a ladies watch. I think it's good for, in fact, both women and men, and at least offers something unique in both pink gold and white gold by having that distinct um, guilloche dial out of gold. I think just to get an idea, I want to see if Mark Cho posted a wrist shot of his little Langerwan on his Instagram. You see here, for example, this is Breguet. Again, beautiful. Seconds on the subdial, Romans, exquisite and varying guilloche work all over the dial, moon phase. And you see, because of the distinctive design of the case with extended lugs, that somehow impress upon you an aesthetics of a pocket watch converted to a wristwatch. Look how beautifully this wears, even though it's a 34 millimeter. And yes, Mark has slender wrists, but so do a lot of us. So that's one thing to consider, right? Sometimes smaller watches, smaller than even 38 millimeters, and even 36 in this case, um, it just looks beautifully appropriate, right, for a dress watch to sit exactly like this. Let's see. Just so you have a reference for what we are looking for, which is the little Langerwan as it sits on Mark Cho's wrist. Let's see if he posted anyone. I feel like maybe it was a story. I really remember seeing him post his Langerwan recently enough. But I'm not going to waste too much time if I can't find one. This is, of course, the Saxonia in 34 millimeters. It has been long discontinued. Hmm. Oh, right here. Right. You see, I think he's wearing it a little too far this time, too close to his hand, whereas he should be wearing it, I think, higher on the wrist. But again, I think he's just trying to show it from under the cuff. But yeah, this looks beautiful, and it's just as classically elegant and appropriate as a dress watch as anything. So if you are talking about um, a dress watch 38 and under, there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, Ellen was posting this on our Discord earlier, talking about this uh, unicorn of a Rolex model called the Commando, right, with these distinctive baton hands and the Explorer dial in 34 millimeters. I think this was um, called in the this was basically sold exclusively in U.S. military um, bases and Abercrombie Fitch at the time, and it's a 34 millimeter watch. Um, but since it's so rare, of course, in the secondary market, it's almost prohibitively expensive now. But look, for example, how it sits again on the wrist. It looks just fine. Again, especially Ozzy just made a video about luxury watches in a time of austerity, right? Again, I'll post a link to his channel. So when you have time, please go in and check that video from him. But ultimately, maybe this is also a time to start wearing smaller watches. Bob, my friend, he says, such a beautiful Lange. Now, how about some great options for a more manly size wrist? It's tough. You know, Bob, actually, you know what my suggestion would be? I think for people who have larger wrists, right? Breguet actually has a lot of beautiful dress watches uh, that were larger because of the design that I just explained, this extended lug design. Um, they were a lot larger than the advertised size. And the reason I'm bringing up Breguet now is because I'm sure one of the reasons as to why you like that little Langerwan was because of the guilloche decoration on the dial. And as you might know, in the 19th century, Abraham Louis Breguet was, in fact, the pioneer of bringing the art of guilloche decoration onto watch dials, right? Engine turning was previously a technique used in decorating pocket watch cases. And Breguet was, in fact, on the crest of a wave of bringing that particular technique of decoration onto watch dials. So, what better place than Breguet to get a watch that has guilloche decoration on the dial? They have something that's more in line with Langerwan here, in the sense that it has an asymmetric dial layout, which again, Breguet was a certain pioneer of. You have a dial design here that I think has just the perfect balance between blue and silver. You have a beautiful and a very realistic expression of the moon in the moon phase, and I think in just the right proportion. And altogether, just a beautiful um, dress watch here in 7137 in white gold. Of course, Breguet is a watch that I recommend to you exclusively in the secondary market. The value depreciates to such a level that, except for their most recent and most desired models, it's like 40 to 50% off in the secondary market immediately. So 7137 is $40,000. That's the recommended retail price. We'll check in a little bit for how much you can find it, but this is a relatively recent model. So it might still have retained some of the value, but we will still check. I think this is a great alternative, actually, to the Langerwan moon phase. Of course, with the caveat, right, that Breguet makes about 4 to 5 times more watches than um, than the than Lange, right? So just to keep that in mind. Yasha's point is something else to be kept in mind, right? They're 40 millimeters. So the little Lange was 36.5, if I'm not mistaken. Lange one in its classic proportions as it came out in 1994 is 38 and a half, and the Grand Lange is let me see the specific 41 millimeter, the Grand Lange. Um, But I can assure you that Breguet's 40 wears larger on the wrist with these extended lugs than um, Lange's 41. So if you have a Breguet boutique nearby, if you have a Tourbillon boutique nearby, feel free to drop by. It's they're usually incredibly nice. They will let you try on all these different watches. Um, this is something a little different than the earlier white gold version that we were looking at, right? Because it keeps the heat blued hands of that have sometimes in some minds become synonymous with Breguet. Um, but again, you have that variety of guilloche decoration executed beautifully all over the dial, an asymmetric dial layout, that's traditional code of design that Breguet carries over into all of their pieces, right? Very classically round case shape, extended lugs that look like as if they're soldered on to the case. You will have fluting all around the case, right? That's part of the classic design code of Breguet, the coin edge, as it's also called. I will just show you how that looks on my watch that I'm wearing today, which is their modern execution of the Type 20. You see, that's the case fluting. That's the coin edge that goes all around. Um, I have indulged in some sort of heresy, as you can see, um, putting a Breguet watch on a NATO strap. But I think if there's any watch, a watch that belongs to a NATO strap, it should be Type 20. This is an incredible piece, guys. I can't take it off my wrist since I've purchased it not too long ago. Um, but yes, that's one of the things. That's one of the design codes of Breguet that carry over their entire line. Of course, the lugs are here also stylized, but in a different way, in a teardrop shape. At any rate, some of those elements are carried over to even their sportier models, whether we are talking about the Type 20 or the Marine. Um, and it makes Breguet much more distinctive, right? But also a kind of acquired taste. And as Bob is saying, an underrated brand, especially in the secondary market. Yasha V says, I love their porcelain dial as well, just beautiful to handle. Now, I don't make the direct comparison. I believe Lange is a higher level watch, in my opinion. I think, Yasha, objectively speaking, I think you're probably right. I've handled both of the products. I think I would classify Lange as one notch above currently. And it's a pretty simple calculus, actually, because again, Lange makes at most um, 6,000 watches per year still. Breguet makes somewhere around 17 and a half, 20,000. Um, and I'm sure it's pretty easy to figure out, how that actually makes a difference. Now, you can find a relatively recent example of the Breguet Classique, um, on Chrono 24, I just want to make sure that it's the same product. Yes, so you can find, for example, that same watch right under 25,000, right? The list price was 36,200. You can find it on the secondary market pretty easily, right under 25. Right? Or we can look at some other examples, right, of the 7137, which is this particular asymmetric dial layout execution of the Classique with the moon phase. Right, we have the blue version, which has, again, that realistic depiction of the moon. Uh, just a great balance of blue and silver expressed on the dial. Three different kinds of guilloche, one for the center of the dial, one for the power reserve, and yet another for the date indicator. And again, Breguet is also a brand that pretty much expresses an acquired taste. So usually have beautiful presentation boxes, if you ask me. And this is, of course, the case here as well. But once again, you can already get quite a bit off, quite a bit knocked off from that price in the secondary market. Yasha says, if you're having one of these on your wrist, you're doing just fine. I would agree, Yasha. You can have many Classique models from good local dealers under 15,000 and be a happy camper. Yes, especially if you're going back a generation, you can easily find the Breguet Classique that, like, look, for example, this is right at 20. Again, we didn't even search so scrupulously. And you have one in, I think this is yellow gold from a previous generation. I wonder what the case size is on this. This is 39 as well. Yeah. And I'm sure you can find them actually even cheaper. But just a quick search, and you already see how these are trending in the secondary market, which is, for us collectors, it can be a way of gaining an entry point to a brand that might be otherwise out of our reach. Right? So now, another, of course, another example would be the Classique 73 37. This is, of course, a day date as well, in addition to the moon phase. Seconds on the subdial. Again, a beautiful balance of silver and blue here. I quite like this white gold version because somehow it only makes sense to me when I see the heat blued Breguet hands. I'm just, it's actually not that crucial. It's not a deal breaker, shouldn't be for anyone else. It's just my sense of aesthetics. I think a dress watch in white gold or platinum for me is something different. But I like these models as well. So Classique in 7337. I don't know how these trade, but if you like a dial layout that's a little more um, proportionally balanced rather than asymmetric, which is what 7137 was, um, this could be an option as well. And what an option it is, really. It's I don't mind the day date function at all. And again, you have various different and very tasteful executions of the guilloche decoration. You have your moon phase again, and you have seconds on the subdial. And Yasha V says, I want to check this too. I'd recommend Breguet 7727 as a very good value proposition. Yeah, these are amazing. These are amazing. Here's a pink gold, power reserve, high beat movement, wonderful aesthetics, beautifully balanced. Yeah, how, you know, what else can you expect from a classy dress watch like this? Amazing pieces. Yeah, yes, Bob. Breguet does make GMT watches. I think you can basically see two executions of it in the Breguet lineup. The Tradition, their kind of steampunk line of watches, right, that have this retro-futuristic aesthetic. I think there's a GMT model in that line, which I will show next. And then there's the Hora Mundi version, which is their take on the world time. So 767, sorry, 7067, I think, is their version of a GMT. Right? It's this steampunk aesthetic, as I mentioned. you have two separate dials. It's a manual one. Second time zone indicator here that was only an hour hand as you looked at it. Black off-centered reference time sub dial in gold. Power reserve indicator on the back of the movement. Right there. And the price point here is right around the same, I'm assuming, because this is also right at 40,000 in terms of the list price. Right, you have, again, you have the secondary time zone on a separate dial. You have the primary time zone on the silvered gold dial. And this, I assume, is a day-night indicator. And this, of course, only has the hour hand. Now, if this is a little too adventurous as an execution, but let's check the prices on this in Chrono 20 for next 7067. There's also, wait, let's go to an entirely different line just so we see something different. Marine has an Hora Mundi version in 57. And that is, for example, in this edition, I think quite a handsome watch. Automatic movement, dual preset time zones with instant jump and synchronized date, day, night, and city displays, blue dial in gold, hand engraved on a rose engine with sapphire metallization, luminescent hands and hour markers, sapphire case back, etc., etc. And this is quite a big watch as well. It's bigger than the standard version of the Marine. You can manipulate this disc with this particular crown, if I'm not mistaken. This is the date indicator. This is the day and night indicator. And you have, this is Breguet's version of the world time. It exists in other lines too, by the way, just so you know. And it's usually it comes with a hefty price tag. In this case, it is 72,700. Let's see, and what about the Classique? Do they have it? Maybe they have it in just the supposedly uncomplicated line. Do they have a Hora Mundi in the Classique? Yes. Okay. And how's that priced? That's the platinum version. What about the rose gold version? Yeah, the Hora Mundi is pretty expensive. So let's check out the 7727 is a GPHG winner. Yeah, that's the next thing that we can look at. We were looking at 77067. That was the Tradition with their unique GMT expression. And that is a watch you can actually get get at a quite a reasonable price point, honestly. Tradition again being a very much an acquired taste watch. It's something that you can find a relatively decent deal on. And here it is, from Japan, a decent example, original box and papers, probably from just a few years ago. Um, yeah, 2018. I think maybe I saw it wrong in the new model, or did they actually remove the I wonder if they actually removed the minute hand from the secondary dial, because perhaps in the earlier version it had a minute hand as well, which I can't see anymore. So in either case, you have there an option in Breguet 7067, even though again it's a um, very unique and different execution. Again, Tradition is a um, very different watch than what we are used to for the most part. It has that retro futuristic aesthetic. I don't like skeletonized dials myself, but that's not a skeletonized dial. It's something different that still, in a way, shows off um, its its workings, its movement in quite a unique way. When it comes to 797, for example, it has a beautiful and quite an impressive complication in the retrograde seconds, right, where it jumps back to zero every time it completes the minute. It's really a beautiful thing to see if you're a watch nerd. Um, in this case, again, you have something that is listed right around 33.5K in US dollars. And on the secondary market, you can find quite a deal on some of these. I think again, if you're into the aesthetics of this watch, what a spanking deal this is, under 20,000. And we didn't even search thoroughly. Just quick look on um, on Chrono 24, right? Which is pretty flimsy way of looking for a watch, quite honestly. Um, I would have searched all over the place for years, probably. But yes, you can get something like this under 20K, that we were showing earlier as well, under 25K, under 20K. I think that's certainly enough to be considered as an alternative to Lange. And Bob agrees. He says it's a great deal. Hey man, I'm glad I can be of some help. So we have talked quite a bit about the Moonswatch phenomenon and what kind of after effects it is actually having on the watch market. My argument has always been that it is, even if it is bringing some hype and interest into wristwatches by and large, I think its most immediate benefit is to swatch primarily. And that has basically been confirmed by the Bloomberg Business article that we discussed at the beginning, in which Nicholas Hayek confirms the fact that this was mostly a way to enhance and restore Swatch's reputation among watchmakers. It was a way of hyping up Swatch as a luxury brand, and it actually, at least in Switzerland, allowed Swatch to sell 41% more of their non-Moonswatch watches in the wake of this release. So that's the main point. And the second thing that we talked about was the Langerwan dress watches specifically. We considered them both in their classical version, smaller sizes, larger sizes, right? The classic size of the Langerwan as a dress watch is 38.5, right? And that's still reflected in their current lineup. You have a smaller version in 36.5, which they sell as the Little Lange, with dials that are decorated with engine turning, with guilloche work. You also have a Grand version, which is 41 millimeters. And you have always also models that have a moon phase, for example, as an added function. We have also talked about some of the Breguet Classique lineup as an alternative to some of these Langerwan watches, especially with the moon phase. And I think Lange and Breguet are comparable brands, right? In the sense that they are high horology houses, right outside of the so-called big three or the holy trinity, right? Audemars Piguet, Vacheron Constantin, and Patek Philippe. That being said, I would place Lange Arangonzone as a brand just one notch above Breguet. Again, that might be just my opinion, but it is something that's reflected in the literal man hours, in the literal amount of care and attention to detail that goes into every single watch, because Breguet makes anywhere from 18 to 20,000 watches, whereas Arangonzone makes 6,000 watches per year. but these were the two uh, brands of dress watches that we considered, especially because we wanted to look at a brand, at a genre of dress watches that are a little bigger and yet just as elegant, if not more, and conveyed a similar aesthetic to that asymmetric dial layout that we focused on in Langerwan, and have furthermore also beautifully hand guilloche decorated dials and the moon phase to boot. This is the Classique 7137 in white gold with a silvered gold dial. Beautiful watch. Our next point of discussion will be the GPHG that just announced its competitors for 2022. And there's some beautiful pieces in there. We'll go through them. Um, I love some of the categories here, but Petite Aiguille is an interesting one for several reasons. I'll get to those shortly. Um, but in the meantime, I will again take this opportunity to ask you to hit the like button. It helps a great deal in bringing some exposure to this channel. Subscribe if you haven't, because I come to you with watch content every day in the form of these live streams, but increasingly with different kinds of content that you can consume at your own pace, usually no longer than 10-15 minutes. Usually content that focuses on new releases, on the intersection of watches and style. So check those out as well after you subscribe. There's a lot more to come, especially this week and beyond. So stay tuned. Hit the bell icon as well while you're at it. It really helps. And as you can see, when I run a live stream, I read everything that goes in the chat. I do it, with some help, of course, from dear friends and generous contributors who jump on the panel, but I do it almost exclusively on my own. I think some people don't realize, but to run a live stream for 4 hours or more at a time, mostly on your own, it takes quite a lot of work. And it's really a form of service that I provide to my community. So, again, I would very much appreciate it if you would just spread the word in exchange of what I try to do here on a daily basis for you in the live stream. Share the link with your friends. Help me expand that community. And most immediately, that would help me get to 1,000 subscribers and get this channel monetized so I can actually get a little bit in return in terms of the uh, work, effort, and time I put into this channel. Um, but before that, there are already a few different ways uh, which can help you contribute to this channel before I get monetized. You can consider a PayPal contribution at Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. That's Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com is also my primary point of contact. So if you would like to get um, specialized content, personalized content, dedicated live streams, you just need to write to me there. And with corresponding contribution, I can make you a video on any horological subject you desire, including collection reviews, and I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And I also have a Patreon account. And if I can actually raise enough contributions there, I am hoping to start the next month 2 additional live streams per week earlier in the day for people for whom this show is either too early or too late, right? So, people in the UK, people in continental Europe, and people in the Midwest and East Coast of Americas, so different time zones, for whom this show is a little too late. So any contributions would help me do that. Um, Yasha says about our earlier discussion um, of the Breguet in the secondary markets. Bob was asking, what's your process when trying to source a watch like the Breguet we were looking at tonight? Um, okay, there are a few things. So let's suspend my little water break, my little refreshment break, and our later discussion of the Grand Prix of 2022. First of all, I scour the internet for everything, right? I do look at the usual suspects, of course, eBay, Chrono 24. I even look at luxury resale or kind of consignment type of websites as well, like what goes around, what comes around, what goes around, I think it's called. um, None of these are exclusively watch sellers and or are pretty good, but sometimes you can find the odd piece that presents a good deal. You never know. So what go, what comes around or what goes around, I blank out on the name. It was first established in New York, but they have a store in Los Angeles as well. The Real Rebag, they have some pieces that sometimes are interesting, and they have decent return policies, and furthermore, a lot of times what they don't know about watches can present a good deal for you. You never know. Most importantly, let's go back a little bit. I would suggest that you follow Yasha's method, right? Go to pre-owned secondary market dealers that are near you, go through their collections, go through their stock, ask them, to see if they can source something for you. Um, be very specific about your budget if they don't actually have the piece. So you establish some guidelines. If they are actually going to source you something, that they don't try to shaft you in any way. But I think ultimately that's it. You look around, you try to find an example that's exactly to your liking. um, Even if you can't online, you will have settled on what to look for, what to expect, and roughly a price range for it. So with that under your belt, go to secondary market dealers in your city, in your state, in the driving distance. Look through their stock. Perhaps some of those online listings you saw were from places in the tri-state area. So maybe you can actually drive and see them in person and maybe negotiate a deal in cash. That always helps. Um, so keep that in mind. SP says we need to get you super chat money. I don't have PayPal. I Yeah, I understand. So guys, yes, please, for all the people who are listening in tonight, I have about 30 listeners right now. If any of you could um, just reach out to a friend and bring in one more person, um, that would make a world of difference for me. At this level, uh, it is exponential growth. It is potentially viral growth. So any one person you bring into the community can bring a lot to me. And again, the kind of work I'm doing here. You know how I treat each and every member of the community. And you experience how attentive I am to their questions and requests and demands. So help me grow the community, and I will treat everyone right here. So please reach out to your friends, send the link, spread the word, bring them into this community, and that will help me get over this hump and reach 1,000 subscribers. After which you can, of course, continue to contribute through PayPal, through Patreon, through Cash App, but at least other people who prefer to just super chat will be able to use that function, and that will be great help to me. And again, that would reflect directly in the quality and quantity of content of this channel, because if I can make actually some money from this channel, I can invest it back in, and I can also dedicate more of my time to the channel because I would be actually rewarded for it. So it's a pretty simple calculus, actually. So I would appreciate it if you would do that. So with that being said, we were considering the Petite Aiguille category in the Grand Prix. Petite Aiguille is actually a very specific category that is um, an inexpensive watch, basically, right? According to their calculation, of course. The price segment here is between 4,000 Swiss francs to 10,000 Swiss francs. So 4 to 11,000 grand. And you see a lot of watches. Some by established houses, others by smaller brands, right? Breitling's Top Time Triumph, that particular edition of the Top Time chronograph that they did in collaboration with the motorcycle company Triumph. Fears has a 1930 small seconds vintage inspired rectangular watch. The Grand Seiko Spring Drive GMT in the new model is included in this category. IWC has its Pilot's Watch Chronograph 41, the Petronas Team Edition, which was a pretty interesting watch that I considered buying for a little while, and I backed out afterwards. Ultimately, I think it was the wise choice because I got this for basically half of what I would have paid for IWC, and I'm just over the moon with my Type 20. Um, you have a regulator watch by Louis Erard or Louis Erard. I've done a video actually on the inspiration and execution of regulator watches on this channel before, so that can be actually an interesting sample of kind of shorter content I make for this channel. And that can be something that you can watch later and enjoy on your own time. But that's by the way, yes, guys, please follow me on Instagram. That's another way you can help the growth of this entire enterprise. You have that Messina Lab, Louis Erard collaboration, right? Regulator watches were quite prominent at a certain point in time in watchmaking workshops and other environments where precision timekeeping was of the essence, like train stations, for example, um, where, and you see the minutes hand gets particular attention here, and that's what people use to regulate, calibrate, synchronize the watches in a given workshop or used in a particular railroad network. This looks to be a very handsome piece. Um, and there's the Zenith or Zenith Defy Skyline. There's the Trilobe Nuit Fantastique Dune Edition, and again, a very interesting expression of time. But the watch that I really want to bring to your attention in this category is something that grew out of a team effort, of a group effort from within the community. Um, Bill Sanders from Watch Art Sci was at the head of that initiative. You can find a lot of interesting um, background information um, on these watches in a series of recent videos that he posted on the channel. So I will just send you um, the short English video they did. Oh no, I'll just send you the 11-minute version right here. So that was Bill Sanders's introduction to to this watch. Lyrique, lyrique étude number one. No, I did not, Yasha. But it's something that's really exciting to me because this is something that grew naturally out of the internet community, organically out of a Facebook group. Apparently, it was a group called Pure Horology on Facebook, which I think still exists. But once they got it going, they created another exclusive project group uh, where they set, once they set all the details and moved on with the project. I think it's a lovely piece of design, not necessarily my aesthetic, but I really, really appreciate the kind of initiative that this project took, the kind of design elements that it expresses, and most importantly, uh, its commitment to providing the highest horological quality at the price range. So I really admire the work, the coordination, and the knowledge, the direction that went into this project. I would love to have actually Bill Sanders over in the channel to talk about the project and be more educated, I think more people will benefit from getting a piece of Professor Sanders's mind. But also importantly, since this is basically a first step in establishing this project as as perhaps a brand, right? You know, in a sense, as perhaps a continuing initiative where they would produce more watches. I think it would be a very interesting conversation to have. So let this serve as my open invitation to Bill Sanders. If any one of you knows him and wants um, to convey that invitation to Bill Sanders, I would be more than happy. I will reach out to him personally as well. But if someone puts in a good word, I would appreciate that. I would love to have him over on the channel for an interview. Jake Brooks says, I learn a lot here. Thank you, my friend. I really, really appreciate you. I really appreciate you. And Yasha V says he's knowledgeable enough to pull it off well. I think they did well. I mean, the watch itself is still to come out, right? But from what we can see and what we can hear about the watch from Bill Sanders is so impressive. Um, yeah, I'm just amazed by the piece, and it retails well. I think it's already sold the 70 piece limited series, but it's right under um, 10,000. It has an Agenhor movement. Uh, Case with teardrop logs made by Voutilainen and Catin. Uh, Observatoire or observatory hands made by Fiedler. A dial made by Metallum, lacquer dial, and a handmade strap made by Protexo, and a buckle by Boucle d'Or. I think it's a fantastic piece that blends beautifully, again, the design language of a classical dress watch with certain elements of Art Deco or Art Deco modernism. It's a nice piece of minimalist design. Again, nothing that I particularly love, but a beautiful and unique piece, and I really appreciate the kind of work that came out of this well coordinated and beautifully thought out group project. Um, yes, I would very much appreciate to have Professor Sanders, Bill Sanders, over on this channel to talk about the project, or anyone else actually from the group who would be qualified to talk about the project. That would be fantastic. Basil's bezels have an very important point here. Does it come with a matching beret? Um, Matching beret. Here's the thing, man. One of my other favorite YouTubers, Ralphie.com, he does these Ralphie reviews. It used to be whiskey exclusively and Scotch almost 99%, but nowadays he does a lot of interesting, um, high quality alcoholic spirit reviews by and large, still largely focused on Scotch. He also wears some nice piece of headgear, usually a bonnet made out of um, genuine tweed. Also wears some sort of tweed jacket that he changes every year. So it's important, man. That's all the ways of building a brand. Um, some of it is, of course, authentically their style, whether we're talking about Ralphie or um, or Bill Sanders, and some of it is something that comes with the territory, right? When you appear on camera regularly, especially representing your own name, your own take, you're supposed to be cultivating a brand. So you pay some attention to how you put yourself together, um, what you put on yourself, what you put on your head. You know, I'm not gonna go ahead and commit to headwear myself, but I'm not above putting myself together a certain way for an appearance on this channel. So stay tuned for further branding efforts by this particular channel as well. It should come with a matching beret. Why not? Why not? So let me take that break that I promised myself earlier. I'll just have a refreshment and move right back to competing watches in the 2022 edition of Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève, the Grand Prix of Horology in Geneva, and we'll go through the categories. All right. right, all right. Thank you for being so patient. I am ready to continue pontificating on watches. So we're talking about the competing watches in the 2022 edition of the Grand Prize of Horology that is organized out of Geneva, um, aptly. The ladies category usually has watches with gem setting, but somehow the the summer watch of the year, Super Ocean, in 36 millimeters, made an entry here. Incredible. Like the lengths that people go to promote unsellable and undesirable watches is quite incredible to me. Um, but these are watches usually that are distinguished by more than just their size and case diameters. As you see, a lot of them have really exquisite gem setting and dial decoration that is just at another level. Like, look at this piece, for example, the way the dial is cut out to represent that peacock and all these diamonds that make up the bezel and decorate the lugs. And yeah, you have the Breitling Super Ocean there because it's white and 36 millimeters in case diameter. Nice. That's very interesting. Chomet has submitted, of course, the Parisian jeweler um, that is also in the corporate body of LVMH these days. And Chomet Brothers, by the way, owned Breguet for a while as well, just to introduce a little tidbit of horological history there. Look at this particular gem setting, right? You know, where you have a watch that, you know, out of which spring some shooting stars, or you can see it like again, like the tail of a peacock, even. Just a lovely, lovely way of um, really making a piece of jewelry that also tells time. The Chopard Alpine Eagle, I think, lends itself really well as a design. Perhaps it's that very delicate and fine center link on the bracelet that makes it a little more feminine than most of other integrated bracelet watches. Here it is in 33 millimeters of case diameter, and it has again small diamonds set on the bezel as index markers, except for the quarters and also on the center links of the bracelet as well, which I think is a very nice and interesting piece. You have the Konstantin Chaikin, um, again, that beautiful clown face, nice sense of humor. And you have a version of the Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda AF in the 36 millimeter case size. I think with maybe the most beautiful color of the dial in the entire line. And those abbreviated baguette diamonds for the index markers make it again a very handsome watch, maybe not as elegant and extravagant as some of the other models, but certainly something that's quite wearable by anyone, really, and not just women. As you know, integrated bracelet watches usually wear larger than advertised. So this could be actually a very interesting option for someone who's considering a watch like that in precious metal and with an integrated bracelet. Um, right, I think this could be an interesting alternative to the 222, for example, right, which has 37 millimeter of case diameter, which is in yellow gold, whereas this one is in pink gold. Um, and just a beautiful, beautiful piece, very modern, but also quite simple and beautiful. We have the ladies' complication. Um, uh, Andersen Genève has a world time. Right, with an aquamarine baguette diamond bezel that, by the way, has the layout of the cities is quite unique. The dial is itself beautifully and originally decorated, I have to say. Um, right, a unique kind of guilloche decoration that looks almost like a crater. Um, and again, I appreciate the various locations chosen here that perhaps indicates more popular um, holiday destinations than most other historic world timepieces. Beverly Hills, Aspen, Tokyo, Moskva, Azores, and Istanbul, Dubai, New Delhi, Hong Kong. It's an interesting piece, and I think very beautiful. And again, a piece that's both in terms of its size and its execution, I think would not be limited just to ladies, right? This could I can certainly see this um, on the wrist of a man as well. Beauvais has again a world time watch in their traditional aesthetic, um, relatively small, I think. Audemars Piguet has a flying tourbillon in the Royal Oak case, mid-size case, 37, ultra thin, which in this sense means almost 8 millimeters, 8, 8.1. Incredible piece. As you see, a lot of these quote unquote ladies complication pieces are really unisex more than anything. And I guess the same thing can be said about a lot of men's pieces that we will see soon as well. This is the Arceau Le Temps Voyageur by Hermès. Hermès, of course, uses for its in-house movements the same manufacture Rocher in Fleurier that Parmigiani Fleurier uses, and also that the Beauvais uses that we just talked about as well. And this is a beautiful execution of the world time that basically cycles through the different time zones as the hour and minute dial makes its way through the world. Quite a unique execution. Here it is in 38 millimeters and in steel, and it's not outrageously priced either, right above 20K. So in the secondary market, it can be even an interesting deal soon enough. Again, a very unique uh, case design. Arceau itself is an acquired taste, but that might come back to us as a very attractive deal on the secondary market quite soon. So if you like it, stay tuned. You might be able to snag one once they fall into the secondary market at quite um, a decent cut. Acrivia's chronomètre contemporain 2 is in there as well. Bulgari's Octofinissimo skeleton. Chopin's high frequency uh, version of their reduced size. Chapek's smaller version of the Transatlantique in their frozen star dial configuration. This is 38 and a half rather than 41, I want to say. Chapek Transatlantique is 40 millimeters or 41 in size. Mm. I want to make sure. Let me check this very quickly. I don't know why I said transatlantique, by the way. I meant Antarctique. Um, of course, Breguet has been on my mind a little too excessively lately, so I do apologize. Um, and yes, in its original case size, it's 40 and a half, but reduced case is 38 and a half. Again, this could be an attractive option for anyone really, and not just for women. One thing oh, sorry, we already got the men's there. Jesus, sorry about that, guys. Um, so when it comes to Acrivia and Bulgari Octofinissimo Skeleton 8 Days and Chopin's High Caliber and Chapek's Frozen Star, I was actually talking about the competing watches in the men's category. So my apologies. So Acrivia's chronomètre contemporain. This is Recepi's brand. Really a very, very beautiful and original dress watch. Not exactly my cup of tea, but who really cares at this level? Um, it has deadbeat seconds, 50-piece limited, black enamel dial, which is one of the more difficult ones to execute if you know a thing or two about this. Um, I think like a 4-day power reserve. It's a very lovely piece of work. Octofinissimo skeleton uh, is a very unique execution. Again, not really my taste, but in precious metal, I think Octofinissimo really comes into its own. It's almost a different kind of watch because even in steel, it's it's just so thin and so sleek that it's almost weightless on the wrist, which you may or may not like. I think it's a love or hate situation. I love it. I think in titanium it's a little much, um, but in steel it's just perfect. But there's certainly an argument to be made about its execution in precious metal if you are actually into it. Chapek's Frozen Star, I think, is a great competitor in this line. IWC's Top Gun Big Pilot in 43 is a competitor. Laurent Ferrier's Sport Auto, which is their integrated bracelet sports watch, which to me is basically the least attractive watch in their entire line. But fair enough, it's become very popular, as with any other stainless steel, well, in this case, titanium integrated bracelet sports watch with a blue dial. Horses for courses. Messina Lab, old school. I think an interesting piece of design. More and more, I'm really taken, even though it's essentially a very simple thing, but I'm very taken by um, subsidiary seconds dial at 9 o'clock rather than at 6. Um, it's really intriguing to me. So I kind of like this watch. Oris's Pro Pilot's X Caliber 400 has found a place here. So did Parmigiani Fleurier's Tonda PF in its black and gray dial. As you know, in the recent days, we have talked about the Serenissima release, which was a collaboration between PF and Revolution magazine, and with a beautiful salmon dial. I really appreciate this particular watch. Great piece. And the collaboration that Zenit, Kari Futilainen, and the Philips auction house did in caliber 135 Observatoire edition, that also was submitted for competition here. Very exclusive piece, only 10 produced. Man's Complication has a number of different entries. Um, oh, my beloved professor, how are you? What is this?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. How are you?
All right. Oh, I realized I have no books behind. Okay.
Okay, you're moving, I think.
I'm trying to. No, I'm just collecting my stuff. Still looking, but it's better to have the stuff collected rather than remain there. I
Okay.
miss you.
Me too, Professor. How are you?
All right. I've been. I had so many ideas I wanted to share with all of you that now I forgot. Because I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become a morning daily issue for me. Of course, it's night for you, but morning for me over here in the old country.
Yeah, I think
And
yeah, I was I maybe I snorted too much cocaine over the last few days, so I
oh,
couldn't actually make it um to the job. But yeah, I mean, joking aside, um, we have made a joke about this. Even the Lord takes a day off.
even
I took a few, but it was mostly in the service of the channel. I wrote a few things, I read more, and it will all reflect in the content to come. And I'm here every day. Um, Chris Clue says it's near the end of the stream, but always good to check in. Hey guys, it's always lovely to see you guys, even if you can drop by for only 20 minutes. I will probably loop back to the competing watches in the Grand Prize or Grand Prix from Geneva tomorrow. We talked today earlier about the Moonswatch aftermath and various options for classical but also unique dress watches in Lange and Breguet, especially focusing on watches that have an asymmetric dial layout and a moon phase on the dial. So you can always rewind and take a look at some of those discussions. But it's good to have the professor for the last 15 to 20 seconds. So I am always...
Minutes?
Minutes. I meant
Seconds.
minutes. I told you, it's cocaine is a hell of a drug, as Rick James once said. So it happened.
James. Who was Rick James?
Mary Jane. Do you know this song? Dun, 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 dun. Mary Jane, which is supposedly written for a woman, but it's really a praise for pot, for weed.
Okay.
Also, Super Freak. You don't know this song? Dun, 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 dun.
Oh yes.
Which is something remixed later by MC Hammer. Of course, that particular beat, but yeah, she's a super freak. No,
Let me ask you, Lloyd. I have a question.
please, sir.
If you are on a Teams call, Zoom, Teams, and all that, and it's not one-on-one; it's just a group call. And there is an urgent call, or there is a call, and you're not speaking, and you're muted. Is it okay to answer the call and say, "Look, I'll call you back later," and hang up? Is this permissible? Is this a Teams etiquette, or it's best to turn off the camera, of course being muted, answer the call, and then turn on the camera and pretend that everything is okay?
Is this some sort of meta conversation again that I'm missing out because I don't?
No. I was in a Teams call yesterday, and somebody complained that I was on camera, muted, and I answered the call, and they felt I was ignoring them because I picked up the phone. It was an urgent call, and I had to say, "Look, I'll call you back later," and I hung up. And somebody complained.
I think I will address it. First in a less serious way, but also in a serious way. One thing is, I think you're spending too much time on YouTube live streams where people behave in such obnoxious ways on camera that what you did pales in comparison. So you thought it was quite normal just to lift your phone, say, "I'll talk to you later," and put it away. Whereas you could have, like you said, you could have just turned the camera off and did whatever, and they wouldn't be wiser for it. You actually probably did the kinder thing by responding very quickly and dismissing the call, rather than being actually distracted by it for a longer period of time. So it's I guess it's debatable. From my point of view, again, having spent so much on live streams where people have, for heaven's sake, they have exposed themselves so in the past, which like just just answering a call to say, hey, please call me back. That doesn't sound unkind to me. I think what you did was quite normal, but sometimes people just want something to complain, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree. It was the complaint I got was from somebody who complains, very sensitive. But I want to be also, I don't want to be the recipient of complaints. I'm going to push back today.
So wait, what
And
did you say in response then?
well, I just, because I received an email saying, oh, it's not nice what you did. So I emailed back and I said, look, it was an urgent call related to the topic we were discussing. I had to take the call.
Mm-hmm.
And the call was less than a minute. And I just said, thank you. I'll call you back. That's fine what you told me. Let me call you back and all that. And I did it on camera, basically showing the other person that, look, I am muted and I have to take this call. I'm not pretending that I'm listening and I have disappeared. So I'm basically telling her that I'm there, but I have to take this call, right? And there were other people helping me in that call. So they were there listening on my behalf. And had I been for too long, I would have either been off camera or I would have asked people in the team, hey, listen, sorry, I was away for 5 minutes. Was something said that I need to know, which is important, I need to get back to? But I guess this person was very sensitive. So I don't know, maybe, there is an etiquette. Of course, on YouTube, I mean, I see, for instance, Archie eating, going to the bathroom, disappearing for a couple of hours,
But
coming back. I mean,
but
this
but,
is
but
not,
you realize Archie
is not,
eating
is a
eating
show.
first of all, Archie inhaling his food. I think that's what you want to say. But it's been an established genre even before live streams. You remember Archie was in a quote unquote fat camp, for a weight loss campaign, and he had ordered like two pies of pizza, which he then proceeded to eat away from the prying eyes of the supervisors and in front of the camera. I don't know what kind of shtick that was, but it was extremely entertaining. I remember he was doing some sort of maybe Christmas or New Year's live stream years and years ago, and someone was sending him pizza to his door, and he was
Oh
eating
my
that.
God.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so
yeah, no.
that's a genre, but I know exactly what you mean, like, because that's now common behavior. But the standards are very interesting. That's what I'm gonna say, because on the one hand, that's the established genre, and on the other hand, one day I remember I was chewing gum when I was hosting my show, and someone actually left a comment saying it's not appropriate, and I actually took it to heart. So now I don't do it, um, and I understand what it means. The maximum I do now is if I really am worried about my voice, I have some cough syrup, just lozenges and whatever, Swiss cough syrup, cough drops. Um, so I suck on those sometimes, and sometimes, as I did a few days ago when I was on the show with you, I just turn off the screen for a little bit and take a few bites of something, because otherwise, I will just completely fade and maybe even faint on
Yeah, no,
live.
I understand. The eating in front of other people is, I would consider it a bit embarrassing myself, not offensive to others as well. Only, sorry, but also embarrassing to me, for me, appearing and eating, and here I am eating. I don't like it. I mean, but I find that some people complain about, in business, sometimes you need to take calls urgently. But I don't know what is the permissible thing, you know, off camera, mute, disappear, go take a shower and come back and pretend that you're there. I don't know. Anyway, I think it's a sensitive issue rather than a serious issue. I would never do it on a one-to-one, and I would never do it when, for instance, I'm giving a lecture or I'm speaking to an audience. I would never, you know, pick up the phone and say sorry. Although in China, I have to say, in Asia, it's very common. While you're on a panel, people pick up the phone, start chatting. You know, very, very low voice, but they chat. You know, they don't give a shit. But that's Asia, right? I think in the West, people are different.
In
I
the West,
mean,
people usually either feign interest or make strange, like, you know, noises, like very passive aggressive things, if they actually want to pick on the speaker. I've seen this before in conferences, like, you know, stuff like this, like trying
yeah.
to look visibly bored or something, but they would never engage in another activity, just be passive aggressive about it. SV Tang 03 says sneaking pizza into Fat Camp was hilarious. And HK says, are you and Archie Luxury friends? I will forever remain a fan and a friend of Archie Luxury, and I would think that he considers me a friend too. I hosted his show for 10 days without any compensation, for heaven's sake. So he better consider me a friend.
I think he does. I heard him a few times. Well, recently, I think I told you, where he said he likes you.
I love him. I'm always a big fan. And that will remain that way for me. Yeah, you know, other people can say any number of things and push me away and, you know, talk behind my back. That's not going to change what remains on paper, what remains on record, and what I will continue to propagate, which is, you know, Archie Luxury 2012. The original spirit of Archie lives on. It lives on this channel, I think, more than anywhere else in terms of watch talk. So, and I have the collection to prove it as well. I have 3 nice pieces that have once belonged to Archie 5, right? I have this beautiful Type 20. I have a Polar Explorer 2, 16570, and I also have a Reverso Grand Date. So you can already buy those 3 pieces. You can tell that I'm a fan of Archie. I don't think I have anything else to prove.
It's can I share with all of you some comments I have over the last few days since we didn't speak and I missed you, Lord.
Thank you, Professor.
One comment, as a result of observing and watching some of the other, I don't know what to call them, whatever, people who
YouTube.
talk about everything, yeah, YouTube, and something about watches. So everybody, so let me start with this. So I watched someone who actually appeared at Archie's show, but he does his own, and he
Right.
referenced the whole kind of decrease in the gray market prices as a correction. And I think this kind of discussion pervades, and it's quite pervasive in the watch world. That, you know, is this a correction or a crash? And so the economics has an answer to what is a correction and what is a crash. It's very simple. So the question is, how far have prices gone down? And usually for the stock market to be defined as a crash, usually it's something between 10 to 20%, but anything above 20% as a decline in price, both on a stock or an index, but more so if it's definitely an index, anything above 20% is a crash. So if the gray market Rolex prices have gone down by more than 20%, that is not a correction. Secondly, I would say that, when people go out, and this is something that the speculators do, and say this is a great time to be buying, my advice to people is that you don't know how deep this recession is or crash in watch prices, but in the general economy. So if this is a prolonged depression or recession or slow economic growth, things will not pick up for some time. So people should watch out for, when they time the end of the correction and when they start buying. And obviously, people who got burned will not just jump back into buying watches and luxury items, because the cost of money, the cost of borrowing is going to change fundamentally over the next 10 to 15 years. We've been through 12 years of low or even free money, and now we're going to go into very costly money period in the global economy. So it's going to be very expensive to borrow, and people are going to take it far easier. So the issue is it a correction or a crash? To me, it is clearly a crash. Secondly, when you're told buy, well, you don't know, first of all, has it bottomed out? And always we know that the recovery could take far longer. So is this kind of a V recovery in stocks and watches? Or is this an L kind of recession? Basically, an extreme fall followed by a protracted, slow economic growth, which is translated in asset prices not rising. These are two things that I want to highlight. So when I see people saying, "Oh, look at these wonderful prices; they have gone down," well, watch out, because in the next 6 months they could go even further down.
Absolutely.
This is the second or third thing I wanted to say, and then
That's
lastly,
basically, by the way, just to tie some things together from this program, the reason we started talking about Langerwan and Breguet Classique as dress watch options is because a friend is considering buying a Langerwan at this point in time. And I was suggesting him, wait a second, you don't have to have this watch right now. Why not wait
very good
until the
advice.
end of the year and maybe even until February and see how things develop? Because at the end of the day, you are technically paying now $2,000 to $3,000 just to wear the watch for 5 more months, right? That's the premium you are paying, because
Exactly.
okay, I can't foresee, right? I can't see into the future. I'm not a diviner, but I know a few things. I have been educated by you, coming into this stream and professing your knowledge. So I know what to expect in terms of the market, more or less. I know that the prices will continue to fall down. I don't know how much, but I'm expecting that, he can probably find the same watch, not for 30K now, but maybe 27 and a half or something like that by the end of the year. So I advised against it, but I think he will still go ahead and buy it anyway. But we made that into a poll, and it was half and half. Basically, half of the people said jump on the deal, half of the people said just wait.
Yeah. Let me give you another example. So over the weekend, I did another experiment. So, I said, okay, let me go to the Grandmasters, the platform of the speculators. So I went to Chrono 24, and I made a bid for a watch. That watch in particular is a watch in high demand. It's a hyped watch.
Okay.
I'm not going to say which particular model, but it is a Rolex. And I said, let me make a bid. That watch used to be selling, and people can guess. We can play this game. 5 times its retail price. 5 times. Now it's selling 2.3 its retail price. Brand new, brand new. So I offered the guy, he was selling it for 2.6 times, and I offered him 2 times. Right? He went down to 2.2 times, and he said to me, I'll meet you kind of halfway. I'll take it down to 2.2 times. So within very basic, within 10 minutes of negotiations, I took him down by roughly 5-6%, right? If you wait for another 3-4 months, when we come back and we go into the Christmas season, you'll be buying that watch at probably 1.4 times.
Can I also add something to this? Again, this is your personal disposition, right? I've always been the kind of guy, I would know, let's say that watch X trends for 15 units, right? That's what it sells for on the market. The guy offers me that same watch in good condition that I would be happy with for 12 and a half. I would still ask for, I would say 10, and I would try to meet him at most at 11. That's how my mind operates. I don't apologize for it. That's just who I am. So in my case, whenever I walk into a deal, that's why I usually deal in cash. If they tell me it's 15, I'm gonna try to say 12, and I'm not gonna budge for more than 13 and a half. I always ask for at least 10% discount, whatever price I'm given anyways. So that's just a way of saying whatever the prices fall down to, even then, don't jump, especially if you saw a listing that's been there for 2, 3, 5 days or more. You can always approach them, especially in person if it's somewhere in the driving distance or traveling distance, and ask for an even better price. And if they know that you're a serious buyer and not just there to waste their time, they will actually come down and meet you somewhere in the middle. Always negotiate, always haggle, never settle for whatever is the face value, in no context, really. Bruce G says, great discussion. Really appreciate it. We appreciate you, Bruce G. Thank you so much. And GB Vol says, Professor, I read that the bottom of a recession in the stock market is typically 8 months before the peak of unemployment.
Yeah. Very quickly, there are 2 camps today. One camp says we are still not bottomed out in the stock market. So there is another leg of, 20-30% correction, God forbid.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, for all these people, including myself, who have stocks, 401ks for our parents and relatives, and myself. And there is another camp that says, no, it has bottomed out. My only fear is that that the unemployment numbers are still very strong, and at some point they will appear weak. I'm hearing friends whose sons and daughters are being laid off, not massively, but here and there. And in sectors where there is a lot of demand, like technology. So if the tech sector is starting to lose jobs, that is a concern. So my concern is the job market in the US. At some point, of course, markets cannot go on forever. But remember that, and I'm not seeing that there is a great recession like 1929 coming. But ask yourselves, how many years did it take to see the 1929 crash recover back to 1929 pre-crash? Right? It took several years. So, do I think that this is going to take some time? I think this is a bit different. It's going to take a bit more time because of inflation, guys. Inflation is not still tamed, and we have the winter coming up. And I'll tell you something, if I can pontificate, I mean, this is at least what I can add to Lord's kind of excellent contribution always, is that the winter in Europe and the UK is going to be very harsh. It's going to be extremely harsh in terms of energy prices. Here in the UK, they're talking about 150 to 200% increase in energy prices. And so it's going to be horrific. I'm looking for a place, literally, that is actually smaller than this one, only because I'm afraid that a bigger house is going to be giving me a headache, a horrible headache as to how I'm going to pay bills, heating bills. So if we go through a very difficult winter and then we kind of recover, it's going to be 8 horrible months in Europe and the UK. And this is going to reverberate in the rest of the world. The US is not going to be isolated from whatever is happening in Europe and the rest of the world. So I'm afraid that, people are not going to be concerned so much about watches. So, this could be a protracted kind of downturn, and it's going to take some time until we'll start recovering. Plus, we haven't yet seen a real correction in housing in the US. We're beginning to see. So once we see really the correction of housing as well, you have two wealth creation assets that are being correcting. One is crashing or crashed or crashing, and the other is to correct and to see if it crashes, which is housing. The stock market is crashing, and now we're going to see house prices. So if you have these two wealth assets, which is typically what Americans have, and other Westerners have as wealth creation mechanisms, I mean, the middle class is the one that buys watches, at least the brunt of the watches. It's not the super wealthy. I mean, the super wealthy buy certain brands, but they're few. It caters, for the upper middle class. So people are not going to opt for watches, and they could correct and stay low for quite some time. And I'd say to people, if you still have the money, you have the reserves and the disposable income, buy it then rather than buying it now. But the winter is going to be a tough one, guys, and that's the one that we really have to look for and watch for.
Sorry, the JB has an earlier reference, a reference to the earlier conversation, I should say, in the Teams chat. One moment, this call may be urgent, and you may proceed as you did.
Thank you. That's a very good way of breaking the ice if somebody is sensitive. Yeah.
Yeah. Vince Fine Arts. I'm not sure if I understand this question completely, because I get the watch, the iPods, Hemipod, dual time chronograph, PVD coated, Panda dial. Why would anything be wrong with it? I mean, why is that the question? That's what got me confused in the first place. Why are you assuming that something is wrong with it, especially if you are asking about the watch? Do you think because it's cheap, something must be wrong with it, or cheap for what it provides, perhaps? I think part of it is the fact that it's a very unusual design. It's very big. It's quite a busy dial if you ask
Oh,
most people. It's PVD coated, so it's very niche. It's 44 millimeters. I think they trend about 3,500.
Hmm.
So if you, I mean, if you like the brand, if you like the aesthetic, it's a very, very particular kind of design. I think they have been around since the 90s. Um, but yeah, it's a very strong design language. So you either love it or hate it, and I guess that's the main lesson there. That they're so unique, and that particular watch that you shared with us, which is the uh, I don't know, maybe it's pronounced Ikepod or Ike Pod. I don't even know how it's pronounced, but I've come across them a few times before.
Hmm.
Um, it's a very specific watch. I think it has kind of a cool design. Um, Not what I would wear, but I can kind of see it as a futuristic chronograph. That's also a dual time watch. That's a lot of watch you are getting for 3,500, especially if you like it. Oh, it's never mentioned. It's never mentioned because everyone, including the two of us here, talks about Rolex 90% of the time, Vince. That's part of the problem. That's why I created this platform, so we can actually have entire days like this where we mentioned the word Rolex maybe two times, now three times just now. Um, but yeah, when you have most of the internet talking about how people line up for unobtainable watches rather than considering what great deals may be still had in the secondary market, what great products that can provoke our thoughts and liven up our imagination still exists in the world of horology. Um, there's nothing wrong with this watch, my friend Vince Fine Arts. If you like the design, I think this is a lot of watch for uh, that kind of money. For me, again, probably it is one. It is a minor brand, unusual design, um, strong and a very strong design aesthetic at that, and it's also a kind of anything that strays out of the classical design codes of horology usually either rides into the moon or becomes completely obscure. You know, Richard Mille will be one example of what was once completely obscure and ridiculous becoming a great success, something that is quite inexplicable still. Um, and Frank Müller, for example, could be another example, not entirely negative, but something that was once recognized, and especially because of its horological quality, but fallen off the radar pretty quickly, even despite that horological quality, because most of the models were in what most considered an antiquated case shape, and with very strong um, emphatic design language, like those peculiar um, Arabic numerals. So I think Ikepod or iPod falls into that category, right? It's something too unusual to be appreciated by the mainstream. GB Vol. What do you say about this watch, Professor? Are you familiar with the brand at all?
Yeah, I've seen it before, but it all depends if you need to wear this watch because big watches at this kind of size, you need to just wear them and see how they fit,
Right.
how they are. You know, maybe you're a small guy and doesn't fit. Maybe you're a big guy and it fits. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, I think,
And I
of
think
course,
also the wrist, the brace, the rubber band um, is not wide enough.
yeah, it's a very unusual design look. I think this is the kind of watch that is a very unique aesthetic. You will have to be able to pull it off. If you have a wrist that's as skinny as mine, you should probably stay away from it no matter what. But if you have a wrist, let's say, 7.5 inch or larger, um, or maybe just 7.5 inch. I mean, it can be like an oversized, um, very peculiar and look at me kind of watch that you can wear in any number of ways. And sometimes an oversized watch is meant to be an oversized watch. That's okay, as long as it's not
It
comical.
reminds me a little bit of the deep sea
Hmm.
before they increased the width of the bracelet. It used to be the original one, the 2009,
Hmm.
the first one. I'm not going to say the R word, so I'm just going to
Of course.
reference it as the deep sea. The bracelet was completely off. You had a huge watch, and then you had a tiny bracelet, which was basically the same bracelet as the 40 millimeter sub. And they just put it on. I don't know if you remember that, but if you
Yes.
go back to the old model, then it got refurbished in 2014, 14 or 18. It was, I think, 18. They put a bigger bracelet, and now they increased it once again, right? This year they took it to 21. Before it was 20, and before that it was like 19. So it reminds me a bit of the original Deep Sea, which looked really odd. It was the case and the bracelet didn't match.
Hmm.
And so this watch has a mismatch between the case and it's
Rubber band.
the rubber band, which looks thin. And so aesthetically, this picture as well as the previous one makes it look, and for 3,500, I would add a few more bucks, and I'll end up what you ended up with, a Breguet.
Right. But it is, I mean, Breguet Type 20 is a very different aesthetic than this. So I can understand it's a comparable watch because they're both chronographs, but Type 20 is basically half the size of this watch to begin with. It's
Yes.
also, no dual time function. In the most bare bones version, not even a date indicator, which I consider to be the essence of it. For me, that's the platonic ideal because I come from the world of, you know, 5513, no date Submariner with just two lines of writing at 6 o'clock, right? So that's a different um, outlook. But again, um, I understand the suggestion. Um, but this is a very different aesthetic, very different kind of watch. So I hesitate. It probably exists in a few different configurations, possibly different metals. Um, I think that lack of balance in the design, to me, only emphasizes its like larger than life aesthetics. This to me feels like that's. Um, I'll show you the basically the one of a kind pièce unique chronograph that Patek made for the president of Scuderia Ferrari in 1930s.
Oh
That
my
was
God. Mm.
you see it. That was a 46 even, and the way he wears it over the sleeve of his racing suit at the time.
That's a 46 millimeter?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know they made a 46.
Pièce unique. That just one.
PS unique, yes,
Yeah.
just one.
Um,
Wow. And this is owned now by what? Patek Philippe Museum.
last time it was sold in auction in May 2008 at
To
Sotheby's
Patek Philippe.
for $2.5 million, probably $2.5 million for this watch in '08, probably to Patek. That's, I think, an educated guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it reminds me, as much as the times are different, right? I'm not saying this is an equivalent of that watch. All I'm saying is that that aesthetic reminds me of what a chronograph would be in the 21st century. And, you know, anything by Breguet is, of course, more like first half or mid 20th century than anything else, which is what I like and appreciate, but completely opposite to that Icopod or iPod that we took a look at here. Even, I mean, even the hands, you know, the
I
dial.
think this is too big. I think the case is too
Oh,
big.
oh hell yeah! I mean, 44 millimeters for me,
Too
it's
big. And I think it's too
excessive.
thick. What is the height of the watch? Like 17 millimeters?
Let me see.
This is like a huge. It's like wearing a clock. Where
Indeed,
is Aussie Expat? Aussie Expat is
Ozzy was
yes.
here earlier. Actually, he
Ah,
did drop by. He did
okay.
drop by. But of course, he's also preparing to move, as you know. So that's part of the reason, I think, that he has been more absent. I don't know the thickness of the watch. Actually, I can't find any immediate information, Professor. So my apologies.
No, but just
But it
it looks
does.
very thick, very.
You're right. It's probably, I mean, look, the watch you suggested in Type 20 is not a slim watch by any means itself, but this looks like it's maybe 17 and a half, 18, possibly.
How thick is your Breguet?
Almost 15. Almost
Oh,
15.
okay. So it's
Look,
like the deep sea, it's like the Sea Dweller. Here we go.
it's a thick watch. Look, let me show it. I
Yeah.
put it on this NATO strap, but because of the domed bezel for the most part.
Right. Yeah.
You see?
Yeah. Ah, beautiful.
Yeah. Love it. Um, yeah, it's a nice piece, but it's if you if you want if you want the thin chronograph, this is not your option. But if you want something that's wearable, smaller than most modern chronographs, um, and something that kind of mixes elements of what was once a tool watch with classical codes of Breguet's dress watch design, like the teardrop lugs and the fluted case flanks. It's I think it's a great piece. And Vince Fine Arts reminds us, yes, that the Icopod is a 44 millimeter dial, and the thickness I don't know what it is, but probably more in the range of 17, 18 than anything less. But yeah, again, that's the aesthetic of that watch, right? It's supposed to be more instrument like than a fine sporty watch. So I do actually appreciate several elements of this design, just not as something wearable for me, but I think it's a good deal. It's a great, great deal, in fact. All right, we are coming to the end, guys, and I think, I mean, it's been almost 4.5 hours, so I don't really need an excuse, but I feel that coffee incident is also taking its toll on me, because I don't know, I haven't even worked out today, but I feel so tired right now. I think my body just had a hard time dealing with that shock of, being burned by scalding hot coffee and then spending 15 minutes under a cold shower. So I think I just feel physically exhausted. So I'll have to bid adieu for the moment. I will be back tomorrow with more content earlier in the day. The Seiko video is finally going live. That's one of the projects that I finished. It's mostly about the ethos of the SKX series, which were immensely popular, and how the new Seiko 5 GMT series connects to that. I will also try to see if I can put out the Tudor boutique visit video out tomorrow. But if not, that's coming out also on Wednesday. So you'll already be able to consume some other kinds of content. As always, please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't for watch content on a daily basis in the form of these live streams and more. Follow me on Instagram. That always helps, guys, because it helps me open up to different kinds of audience on both platforms. So don't be shy. And most importantly, spread the word. Share the link with others. Tell all your friends. Talk about the channel on other platforms. It really helps. Every single subscriber matters immensely. And if you would like to contribute in other ways, and any contribution is welcome, you already have a number of ways. I posted the links in the chat, and they're always available in the crawling ticker below and included in the video description. Thank you again for everything. Thank you, El Professor and Aussie Expat earlier, for being wonderful co-hosts as always. And everyone in the chat, much love. I can't wait to be back with you tomorrow.